So since we knew that was going on, there was no need for us to continue to engage with them.
In leaving, Azimio, Mutua accused its leadership of failing their promise of openness, claiming they had declined to make public an agreement signed with affiliate parties, which is deposited with the Registrar of Political Parties. Mutua had threatened to move to court to compel the Registrar of Political Parties to furnish the party with a copy of the Azimio coalition agreement. Mutua questioned the motive behind denying his party a copy, also insinuating that there might be a fishy game being played.
To this end, we have decided to break our ties with Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance Party. Azimio have violated the letter and spirit of the agreement we went into. Therefore, the contract between Azimio and Maendeleo Chapchap is an unconscionable contract, one that is unfair, and one whose intent is to finish our party and our aspirations.
Federal Deputy President William Ruto has welcomed Kilifi Governor Amason Kingi and his power party to the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, saying it is the home of Democrats, the free and the willing. Kingi cut links with the Azimio la Umoja coalition, with Ruto saying together they stand against strong machinations by the oppressors and political racketeers who've exploited the country for long. Earlier, DP Ruto had welcomed Machakos Governor Alfred Mutua and his MCC party to the Hustler Nation. Now, Kanu party leader Gideon Moi will not be appearing before the 7-member panel seeking Raila Odinga's running mate under the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition. Kanu Secretary for Political Affairs Frederick Okango said Moi will instead back Wiper party leader Kalonzo Musyoka. Moi was scheduled to appear before the Committee of Eminent Persons yesterday. The Committee of Eminent Persons on the selection of a running mate for the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance flag bearer Raila Odinga kicked off interviews Monday and is expected to conclude today, when 3 names will be handed to Odinga to choose. This as Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka is also expected to appear before the committee. Will be no short as traveling to Khartoum before heading to Juba, South Sudan, and finally to the DRC Congo on official duty. Kalonzo is scheduled to appear before the Azimio interviews today. Others expected to appear include Peter Kenneth and Kitui Governor Charity Ngilo. Now, Orange Democratic Movement Party leader Raila Odinga has vowed to jail corrupt leaders if he ascends to power in August. Speaking in Kajiado when he attended Governor Ole Lenku's re-election campaign ceremony, Raila said he will not spare any leader regardless of their rank in society in his fight against corruption. Raila dismissed the bottom-up economic model theory advanced by the United Democratic Alliance, saying it is unrealistic and unsustainable. He said that under his leadership, he will focus on industrialization under one county, one product. Raila further endorsed Governor Joseph Ole Lenku for re-election, saying he deserves a second term to complete his development project. Lenku, who spelled out his 2022-2027 manifesto, said devolution will be more successful under Raila's leadership. Now, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission has extended the deadline for political parties to comply with the 2/3 gender rule. The deadline was to lapse yesterday. However, in a statement, the Electoral Commission noted that some parties were yet to meet the requirement, hence the decision to extend the timeline to Thursday, May 12th at 5 p.m. The Commission noted that the extension of the deadline is in keeping with the provisions of Article 83(3) of the Constitution, which stipulates that the conduct of elections should be facilitative. Non-compliant political parties, Chebukati insists, will not participate in the 2022 general elections for the said elected positions. Political parties are advised that there shall be no further extension beyond the May 12th date. Now, the murder trial of Joseph Irungu, alias Joey, took a new twist after police officers attached to the case testified that there were inconsistencies in the phone numbers connected to the case. Jonathan Limo, a DCI officer attached to Safaricom, told the court that out of the 7 numbers attached to the case, only 4 were connected to the case. The 4 numbers were found to belong to Joseph Irungu, Jackie Maribe, Ahmed Mustafa, and the deceased businesswoman Monica Kimani. According to police reports, Joseph Irungu's number was around Dennis Street Road on September 19, 2018, but the court heard that on this very same day at 9:19 p.m., Joey's phone was traced in Kileleshwa. At 11:54 p.m., Joey's number was traced at Nairobi Gospel of God Church Valley Road. The phone was later traced at Langata Royal Park and then Langata DOD. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Asseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM. Nyeri.
The following takes place between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m.
You know, when you see someone being jailed, a governor or two or someone who stole, then people will fear. Because our problem is not the borrowing, it's the stealing.
We've become actually a nation of thieves. The only thing we lack is an opportunity to steal.
The guys who quote the Bible and say I'm a Christian and all that, and you know they're thieves. Return what you have stolen 4 times. If you know that you have property or anything that you have stolen, just return and say, my God does not allow me to hold stolen things.
We are also a reflection of you, because you elect us. You know, we don't get into our office by ourselves. We are a reflection of the people who elect us.
We don't want to go to the streets. We have a constitution that enables us, assert our will.
When the legislators are now being taken as hostage by the executive for whatever reason, we are now bound by what they want us to do.
This is just outside the realms of reality. We have impunity written into the DNA of our political class.
How old were you when you learned that Jeshi la Wokovu is Jeshi la Wokovu?
I can't say it very well.
And everyone knows. Okay.
This is the Situation Room.
All right, Tuesday. It's Tuesday, isn't it? Yes, it is. And what are we seeing on the streets of Nairobi? We're seeing a little bit of action on Jogo Road, getting out into the city via Landis and out towards Kamkunji, but nothing too crazy just yet. Uhuru Highway building up, getting into the CBD and out towards Westlands. And we're seeing some action on Thika Superhighway as well, coming through to the Bangani underpass. Coming off Kiambu Road, nothing much, but the most action you see at this point is on Waiakiwe, getting out into the city. Still slim pickings in terms of traffic right now. We'll keep an eye on things through this Tuesday morning and let us know what's happening where you are. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair,
It's 9 after
journalist,
6 on the 10th day.
a man
Good
who
morning, and how are
believes
you
in
doing?
punching
Welcome
up,
to Kenya's
not
biggest
down.
conversation. Happy Tuesday, wherever you're locked in. Bingwa CT Muga.
Yes, fellow Bingwa.
Hujambo.
Mimi kaka si jambo.
Kabisa.
Maridadi kabisa. As I've told you, ndu bamba mambo ni hivyo hivyo.
You're wearing that jacket.
Yes, bulletproof.
Uko na pesa. Ukiona hiyo jacket, uko na pesa
mingi.
Yes. Watu wakutafute.
Itaweza kuwasaidia.
Get the message, Ndu?
Yes.
Yeah? Look for CT. Mtafute maadamu atapatikana.
Inakuwa hivyo sasa.
Saa zingine.
When you read the Swahili Bible, some of those words, you only hear them or deal with them in the Bible.
You will never come across those words anywhere else other than in the Bible.
Mtafuteni Bwana maadamu atapatikana. That is, seek ye the Lord.
While.
Yeah?
Well, all right.
Yeah. Yeah. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. I was just remembering when you said bingo, I remembered, in those old days of KBC Lugha ya Taifa, and they used to have the salams shows. And there were people who were constants. And then people who would just go and buy the salam cards just to
greet people. Yes.
Bingwa Msafiri, Charles Gitonga Nyange.
What's Bingwa, first of all?
Bingwa. Ni kama shujaa.
Champion.
Bingwa ni champion.
Suja.
Champe.
Suja.
There's another one called Mama Safi Agneta Mwachinga.
Bas. The nicknames were fascinating to listen to. Yes, the self-praise involved. Man, those guys wax lyrically.
What year was this? Was I born?
Previous century.
Yeah.
I must have been.
You were. But you were still in back home.
Kule back home.
Back home.
Yeah.
You hadn't quite come to
ocean.
Overseas, as in the green city in the sun. This city was once referred to as the green city in the sun.
Indeed, it was.
Yes. So, conversations today. Number one, at 7 a.m., what are we going to have?
We're going to talk about nutrition and ending malnutrition in the world on a global scale and look at local attempts to do that. But the result is to end malnutrition on the globe soon.
So that's a conversation we'll be having. We'll have two guests joining us at 7 a.m. At 8 o'clock, let's delve into the politics. So, Azimio, by Monday, itakuwa imezimwa about what is happening.
Yani.
Wanazimio. People who came and signed and then they're like, no, we don't know what we signed. Can you give us the document that we signed? No, we're not giving you the document. Basi kaini nayo. We have gone.
Yeah.
What is the impact of that? What does it mean? Professor Makao Mutua, who is in the Raila Odinga campaign secretariat, in fact, is the spokesperson for the Azimio campaign, will be with us at 8 o'clock to talk about this. Will the centre hold? Because there appear to be some cracks here and there in the Azimio. Or are they just not cracks? Maybe they're just small
cracks.
Cracks. At 8 o'clock, we talk about politics.
At 9 o'clock.
At 9, right? At 9, we talk about politics and religion. Bishop Margaret Wanjiru has been a member of parliament. Bishop Margaret Wanjiru has been an assistant minister in government. She had sought to be governor of Nairobi, and now she is seeking to be the next senator of Nairobi in a UDA ticket. She'll be joining us at 9 a.m. So where do we draw the line between a religious person playing the dirty politics of this country as we know it? Is she running clean politics, or is she running politics? And where does she draw that line in terms of religion and politics? Conversation that's going to take place at 9 a.m.
Okay, 517 million. That's what we're looking at now. Did I say that right? Yes, I did. 517,739,822 is what we're looking at in terms of numbers. Let's look at what's happening in Kenya right now. 19 new cases from a sample size of 2,889. Positivity rate of 0.7%. It's been under 1% for the last 6 months. This is good in terms of numbers, right? Let's take a look at what's happening with jabs around the world. 4th dose jab trial shows a good boost in terms of immunity when you get your 4th dose. Many of us are on where? 2. Some have finished 3.
These guys.
Some are 4. Many say these guys just want to sell the drugs. Yes, you did.
See, the second one was shown to be doing very well. It was actually very effective.
Now this one
then
is
the third one was very effective.
Did we not predict this? In fact, Ndu said, if you follow the trajectory that we know of flu shots, okay, why don't we wait for? There'll be more. Yes,
they will.
Surely. And here we are.
And here we are, because 4th dose booster vaccines increase protection against COVID-19. And this is according to a UK trial. So particularly in people over 70. So sorry, CT. Scientists say any short-term protection against infection is likely to fall away quickly. The UK rolled out its 4th dose to over 75 seniors and the most vulnerable in April. A larger group of people may be offered a booster in the autumn, but many decisions will be based on the advice from the UK's vaccine committee. It's likely to look at whether new worrying variants are spreading and COVID pressure on hospitals. Some countries, such as Israel and Germany, have already started offering adults a 4th dose. So this dose has only been offered to those 75 and above. But they're saying, look, we've seen that, the protection has built significantly. They're saying that further evidence underlining the importance of people coming forward for their booster as soon as they're eligible. It could be that, look, protection is being sought for the general population, or sales are being sought by Big Pharma. So, people will say anything to sell, right? This we know. So do we still have people who are caught in this fear warp of disease? And if you tell them that a third, fourth, fifth, sixth dose is what is going to protect you, then all right. It's not like your doses of MMR, measles, mumps, rubella, that you get one and then you get a booster shot later, or your meningitis where you get one and then 9 months you get another one. It looks like these folks are going to be churning out this thing and letting you know that, look, the more you get, the higher your levels of protection.
Long before COVID even hit our shows, when you got to a certain chronological age, similar to the one that I have, and you talked to one of your doctors, one of the mini specialists, because at a certain age, you now deal with specialists, not just doctor, okay? Endocrinologist. There was always a booster shot that you'd be given.
Yeah.
It wasn't for COVID, but did the same thing.
It was for what?
Just to, get things in.
To get your immune system.
To ginger up your body.
No, to give your immune system turbo.
Yeah, that's it, ginger.
Magonjwa ya uzeeni.
Yeah. Na pia zile
like malipo ya uzeeni.
Nasikia hivi.
Yes. No, actually you've understood it. Kuna yale magonjwa hapa na pale. Okay? Those ones.
So a fourth shot is what we're looking at now. Don't be surprised. In the next few months, we'll be told about a fifth dose, if not even a sixth dose.
In some cases, I understand. I mean, in those countries where they actually have seen many of their elderly people dying in a very quick succession, then I can understand families saying, there's a fourth dose, please, let's take it. Yes.
Absolutely.
Because they have seen loss.
But the yearly flu shot, it's usually an upgrade of the previous year's flu shot. And
you're not on brand new, you're just topping up basically.
Yes. The flu will have mutated, it'll have acquired new fangs and teeth, okay? Some even acquire wings. So you need something that can clip the wings. Something that can shape the teeth, differently. So, yes, we've entered the phase of one shot after another.
But I do see a situation where things are going to stave off, and you will get a yearly booster for COVID. That's what I see happening. This 6th, 7th, 8th until umpteenth, I don't see it living,
once
being sustainable.
They've recovered
once they've
the money
figured it out.
No, they've already recovered that.
They've recovered their money.
The money for research, then they've recovered.
They've done it nicely.
Yeah, now, so there's a certain profit margin that they need to sort of like arrive at. Yeah, and once they maintain it, then there'll be the CSR component where they'll be now giving drugs which are about to expire to third world, banana republics, yes, etc., etc. So, yeah.
Indeed, and that's what's going to happen. Let me quickly, in 30 seconds, tell you about the intensification of the lockdown as Xi Jinping insists on zero COVID. The man has said, I don't want one case of COVID in China. So all of you can say whatever it is that you want to say. You can castigate us. You can tell us that we are this, that, or the other thing, authoritarian, whatever. But there will be zero COVID in China, and we are going to do whatever we need to do, keeping people alive and making sure that we keep this disease at bay. So say all you need to say. He says he has pledged to unswervingly double down on the country's controversial according to CNN, zero COVID policy, leaving millions confined to their homes with no end in sight. He said, okay, let there be no end in sight, but you are alive in your homes. That's what we're going to do.
Let's take care of you. Are you hearing people saying they are dying of hunger?
Do you hear them shouting and saying, you've left us in our homes, we don't have food?
We don't have food. Oh, feed us, give us water. Nothing.
Talk as much as you want. At the end of the day, is there COVID?
We're live streaming the show on SpiceFM KE, Facebook and YouTube. If you're online, do like that. Say hello. We'll be doing a roll call and checking who's online with us this early morning, 20 minutes after 6.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Mostly cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. We'll see highs of 26 and lows of 17. At 15, it's partly cloudy in Nakuru, highs of 26 and lows of 14 today. 15 degrees and mostly cloudy in Nyeri, highs of 25. We'll see highs of 26 in Eldoret, where it's currently clear. At 16, will come down to lows of 13. It's cloudy in Mombasa this morning at 26, highs of 31. We'll see highs of 31 as well in a rainy Malindi, currently at 27. 19 degrees and clear in Kisumu, highs of 29. We'll see highs of 29 as well in Kakamega, where it's currently clear at 17. All right, out in Kampala, it's mostly clear at 20, highs of 28 and lows of 19, while Dar es Salaam is mostly clear for now at 24. It'll go to highs of 32 and lows of 23. Clear conditions in Lagos at 25, highs of 32, and it's clear in Johannesburg at 8. 20 will be the high and lows of 7 today. It's raining this morning in Kinshasa at 23. It'll go to highs of 33 today. It's Tuesday afternoon in Beijing and it's mostly sunny at 13. Highs of 19 and lows of 11. And we're looking at clear conditions at 13 in Paris, warming up to highs of 27 and lows of 13 today. We'll see highs of 21 in a rainy London, currently at 17, coming down to lows of 13. And Monday night in New York is clear at 14. Coming into Tuesday, we'll see highs of 21 and lows of 9.
Are you ready? Okay. Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Mornings done right. 22 minutes up to 6.
94.4 Spice FM.
Who's
Nairobi.
Everybody. Paul Muga is in Chaka this morning, and from Magena in Kisii County, Omochair, you know, I'm from Nigeria. Omochair lady. Teresa is tuned in from Kisii County, Jonjo Kabisa. That's what Yobesh says. Seen quite a lot of you online this morning. Where do we begin? Simon says good morning. Bonnie is listening in Athi River. We already said hello to Chaka, but Paul says hello as well. Western Kenya. Pascal says, oh my. Okay, why? Eric, that KBC Salams flashback brought back good memories. Notable names like Bingwa Moses Mshoto Mnyololo.
Hey, Moses Mshoto Mnyololo.
Mnyololo, okay. Daktari, excuse me, Henry Ochok is tuning as well. Maina Kimani says good morning, and Faristo Muganda says good morning as well. I got a frog in my throat. Patrick Fikirini says good morning from Mombasa. Colin says good morning as well. George Mashuki is tuning from Kasarani. Homa Bay Siri is where Rush John is. Handel, Handel. One of my favorite composers, says good morning from Migori County and listening from Dubai. Rundu says good morning. Angela Nyang says good morning, my people. Good morning to you too. Michael Musili says good morning. You always refresh my morning, says it's great about what is happening in the country. I'm safe in your hands, he says. Also waiting for today's proverb, CT, Changamka. Mula Kaiser says good morning. Say hi to the man who believes in punching up, Latiff. You specifically, good morning. Rogers Mwolo is tuning from Kampala. Yusuf Wanume is also tuning from you. He's watching from Doha, though he's Ugandan, and he loves the FM presenters. Why, thank you so much. So good to have you guys in the room today. Good morning.
Kila mutu, karibu sana. Are we still in Rwanda City?
Last day.
Okay.
Wait, I gotta tell you what Eddie said. It's interesting.
Okay,
Eddie says, good morning. Now that politicians are changing alliances like pants, it is very clear that they're doing so for greedy, selfish purposes and self-preservation. They don't care anymore about our constituencies. Anymore. I don't know that they ever did, but okay.
No, they do, man. They do. Have some little faith.
In what?
In the politician.
That they will...
That they do.
They're doing this, looking for the best place where they can hunt for you.
It seems like Tuesday is going to be a joke-filled morning, but okay. Sorry to interrupt you, CT.
Yes. Simple, straightforward proverb.
Yes.
From the land of 1,000 hills.
Mille collines.
Yes. Every crackling hen was an egg once.
Every crackling hen was an egg once.
That could have been cracked open into a pan of hot oil and eaten up.
It's the one that survived.
It's the one that survived.
It's a story of survival. When you see a hen...
Or you're here making noise. You could have been someone's meal. Even now, you can still be somebody's meal.
It is the story of survival.
It is. It's a once upon a time story. On a hill far away.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Stood on a rugged cross. You might as well continue.
Okay, let's look at the newspaper headlines. Remember, www.standardmedia.co.ke, where you get some premium content on the Standard newspaper. Which one are they promoting today? They forgot to promote.
Today was a tough day, man.
Today was a tough one. At the printing press.
Yeah.
They forgot to promote. But there are very many stories in the papers. So please remember, www.standardmedia.co.ke. You get all access to some very good content. Just log in, sign up, and enjoy. What's in the papers?
Well, I'm going to ignore that Kalonzo says that if somebody snobs him, whatever will happen, and go to a chilling story, which I think touches very heart of what's really going on in this country. Parents arrested in 2-year murder case. Police suspect a child was tortured and killed after the government pathologist reported that the cause of death was blunt trauma. Okay? Police in Emali, Makueni County have arrested a man and his wife over their child's death. Police suspect 6-year-old was tortured and killed in the incident that took place 2 years ago. According to the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, the suspects are the child's father, Robinson Musyoki, and stepmother, Rose Maeti. The two were arrested after homicide detectives opened fresh investigations into the death of Beverly Mumo. The death had earlier been dismissed as natural. After conducting fresh investigations, experts linked the two to the murder and then arrested them. This was DCI Twitter. Tweets by the DCI Monday morning stated that Naomi Kiamba, Beverly's biological mother, had separated from her husband, Mr. Musyoki. Okay? She learned of the death of her daughter through a phone call from her ex-husband. He called on her on the 24th of August, 2020, saying he was heading to Montezuma Funeral Home. Okay. Mr. Musyoki said Beverly had fallen sick and died.
What?
Get it? Preliminary investigations showed that following the couple's separation, a children's court had ordered that Beverly would stay with her father for a month. The 1-month period was to run from October 29th to December 5th, 2019. That was the last time Miss Kiamba saw her daughter alive. Her ex-husband, an engineer at Kenya Pipeline, did not return the child and stopped picking calls. So remember, he was only supposed to be with her for a month. This did not happen. She did not know that Mr. Musyoki, surprise, surprise, had remarried and moved to a new location. The silence prompted the woman to seek legal aid and obtained a warrant of arrest for her husband, who was not picking up her phone calls. The warrant was served to the Industrial Area Police Station, OCS. A year later, Miss Kiamba tells detectives she received a call from her husband informing her that her daughter had died. She rushed to Montezuma, where she found the body of her daughter with bruises all over. A report issued then by Chief Government Pathologist Dr. Johansen Odur indicated the cause of death was blunt force trauma. The two suspects are now waiting arraignment on murder charges at the High Court in Machakos.
Guy.
I'm telling you.
So what motivated them to do it?
We don't know. This is it now, that they don't know. But I mean, just look. There's a stepmother involved here, and I mean, it's so stereotypical, and I almost don't want to say it, but here
it's
we
always
are.
the case.
It's always the case, you know? There is
Always
some
the
kind of
case.
bad blood already.
But, you know, okay, yeah, you don't want to say it, but let's just say it. Because it comes up whenever there's a stepmother taking care of another woman's baby.
Yes.
So I got married and I came and I found that this man has another child, a child with some woman. Maybe the woman is dead, maybe they've separated, whatever. She comes in and mistreats. But as I'm saying that, I'm just thinking of National Geographic, and we see that in animals.
Yeah, they're going to take out anybody who poses a threat to your
Lineage.
or your potential leadership is taken out. Cubs are killed so that you can remain the kingpin, as it were. It's true. It's animal instinct. So this is what they're investigating now to see. She was 6 years old and her body was terribly bruised and battered.
But
And
the
then
father
even-
is alleged to have participated in this.
Yes.
Now this is where the issue comes in.
The manner in which he spoke to his ex-wife about what happened. From her narration, she's looked for him for a year, can't find him. There's a warrant of arrest for him, and then out of the blue, picks up the phone one day. She's been calling him for a year. He doesn't pick up his phone. And then out of the blue, he calls her to say, "Oh, by the way, I'm on the way to the funeral home, and another, by the way, your daughter is dead." Okay. She goes to see her child, and this is not a natural death, obviously.
Hey.
Investigations will be interesting to see what happens here, but they're currently waiting arraignment, but they're being charged with murder 2 years down the line.
Very sad case.
Yeah.
Let's take a break on that note. 29 to 7. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. We want to take a look at the traffic, see how the roads are looking like. Yeah. As you prepare to start using the expressway from Saturday, yada. Are you using the other sections of the roads? Hey. We'll talk about, for example, the section between ABC Place and what's that place in Maimahio called? That junction? Rironi.
Yeah.
Okay. Why?
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Have you seen them? Am I like?
Yes, it's a very nice outfit, I must say. Good
Thank
job.
you. Asante sana.
The compliment is well received.
Good morning and thank you. Everyone in Wasingishu was asking me, what channel is SpiceFM?
96.7. Tell them that, right?
Yes, now they know.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Pleasure to have
What
you.
a beautiful studio, my friend.
I've been to other radio stations, but I've never seen anything like this.
Thank you, and it's very nice to be in a modern studio. Absolutely brilliant.
And I have to say, it's a very cool ambiance here in your radio room. Just for our listeners, I think it is.
Okay, traffic building up
belongs you.
in the city this morning, and we're seeing most of it on the Thika Superhighway today. Really hot and heavy. Bumper to bumper traffic is going to take you from the Outer Ring Junction out into the city, and probably more in a bit. Kiambu Road also, all the way from Coffee Gardens. We see that traffic has already begun to build up. All right, let's look at Outer Ring. It's taking on just a little bit here and there, but nothing too crazy. Most of it is feeding off of Juja Road and some coming off Kangunda Road, the eastern part of the city. Some traffic there as well. All right, coming off Jogo Road is also where you'll see some action, and then heading towards Landis and out towards Kamkunji. Gong Road doesn't look too bad for now. You can use that without too much of a headache. Coming out of Westlands, however, you might want to think about using the Red Hill Link Road. You've got traffic all the way coming in from the upper Waiaki Way, as it were, as well as James Gishuru then joining with Waiaki Way. Traffic has started really early today. Let's keep an eye on things and see what happens as we get through to 7 o'clock. Talk to us, guys. What are you seeing where you are? Hopefully we will not have as many accidents as we did yesterday. Please be careful wherever you are. And I know a lot of the roads do not have markings. Again, be careful. And then let's talk. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice FM, Malindi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Story.
Then in Nigeria, you say once upon a time, you say time.
Time. Paukwa pakawa.
Eric, how did they begin storytelling in Kikuyu?
TikTok.
I don't remember. But there's something. I'm sure someone will tell us.
We can ask them.
Then they would. I think the response would be either or something like that. Yeah.
Every community has
a way of starting a story. Because you have to call the attention of the kids and the anticipation of how you're going to tell this story.
In my community, the once upon a time narrative was there. It was Koronene.
And then the response?
People listen. Now you've gotten their attention.
So, Koronene.
Yes.
Shut up.
Now once upon a time.
My language is Buintibia. Buintibia is bring your ear.
Ah.
Nti is here. Bu is carry. Bia.
Okay.
Okay.
Tuendelee.
Once upon a time, in 2006, specifically July 29th, a man and a woman met.
Yes.
The man, EKTM, met this
Is it a continuation of yesterday's story?
No. It's a different story.
It's a continuation of my dream.
Oh, that one was settled.
That one is finished. House is being sold.
Carry on.
Man, EKTM, met a lady, ECC. Looked at the fair lady and said, "Oh, lovely lady.
This is the one.
This is the one. I just found my rib." And she said, "Yes, I am the rib." They lived together for a while. September of the same year, they got married. When they were meeting and they're getting married, the fair lady, ECC, was pregnant. Just a couple of months, not many, only 4. At some point, she disclosed, of course, to the man. And the man was like, what's the problem? Mtoto tu. Mtoto. Anakuja na sahani yake. Tutalea. So they kubalied. Yes. They got married. They went to the AG chambers. They did a civil wedding. And they lived happily. However, the marriage was rocky. Still on November 11, 2016, the couple formalized their relationship in a ceremony at the Attorney General's office. December 18, 2018, ECC filed for judicial separation. And in 2019, her ex-husband petitioned for the dissolution of the marriage. The couple is now dissolved. The man argues that the magistrate's court erred by finding that he should solely bear... No, I'm jumping. So this is what happened, okay? They got married in that 2016. After having met in 2006, woman was pregnant with somebody else's child. They got a baby together. All right? So these are 2 babies. At some point in this relationship, the woman went out there and she visited. Who's the neighbor? Okoh did not bring the chicken.
Okoh.
Okay, did not bring chicken home one day, so she had gone to the neighbors to see whether that hen who used once to be an egg, and she ate hen, and she came back home. She was pregnant.
Hold on. Okay.
So she got another baby out of wedlock.
What do you mean another?
She was still married?
Yes. She got a baby out of wedlock. Man discovers, wait a minute, this one, baby number 3 and baby number 1, they kind of look alike. And they don't look like baby number 2. Baby number 2 is my baby. This one. No. So their marriage was rocky. They separated. They divorced. Now, matter went to court. Matter has gone to court in this divorce and now child upkeep. And the magistrate's court said, you know what, you're the father of these children. What I need you to do is you're going to take care of these children and you're going to be giving the woman 30,000 shillings for upkeep, on top of providing their school fees and their medical expenses. Man was unhappy with the magistrate's court. Man went to the High Court and found Justice Agri Mucharule, who has declined to set aside the Children's Court's order that the man, EKTM, should continue parenting the minors. However, he said, this 30,000 bob on top, this one, no, I do not agree. The judge says ECC's evidence was that when she met the appellant EKTM, she was 5 months pregnant. The pregnancy was discussed and the man accepted to take up responsibility. They later began to live together as husband and wife. The trial court considered the rival versions and accepted that of ECC, the woman. I find no reason to disturb that finding. He also says, you are the father of even this other one because you started taking care of this one. So you shall continue to take care of all 3 children as if they are yours. Remember, this especially baby number 3, is one of the main reasons why they separated. But the courts have said, you shall continue to take care of your ex-wife's children who were born out of wedlock. Paternity was part of the reason why the parties were at loggerheads, and in the end, the judge says it makes sense to note that the needs of the child must be reasonable and moderate and should relate to the standards of the parents. The needs of the child should not be such that at the end of the day, the parents are left in financial stress. So therefore, the man shall take care of the children, but this 30,000 shillings on top of everything else, no. But take care of the children. So, man has been told it doesn't matter. Watoto ni wako. Walizaliwa kwa nyumba yako. Ni wako. Chama swali mengi. Presidents are being set on a daily.
I'm telling you, because it just I hadn't clicked that she was pregnant when they met, so there was somebody else.
She was pregnant when they met. She was 5 months pregnant
With somebody else.
for somebody else.
Then they had a child together.
They had a child together.
And then she went and had a child with somebody
She got
else.
another child with somebody else while they were still together, while they were still married.
Stool works best when it has 3 legs.
Oh, yeah?
And it's best if the 3 legs are from different trees.
Okay. Clearly, this man didn't feel that way.
Then you have diversity. But I mean, think about it. What was the man expected to feel or think?
Oh, come on. Of course, you're going to feel a bit slighted. You would feel slighted. In the first time, you're thinking, oh, we've met, I love you so much. What did you call her? Fair lady. And there's nothing that would have changed your mind at that point. But then to repeat the action while you're together, that's a totally
the real story here is not even the child. The child is just evidence of what was taking place. Okay?
In a span of 13 years, there are 3 children.
And 2 of them don't belong to you.
Yeah, so
you vex now.
And if, as the story goes, the first and the third child have similarities, then there's a twist to this tale, and it's this:
you get a constant man.
Yes, exactly. It's like you were a co-husband.
Yes. Yes. This other guy is a constant.
Yes, the fellow had been a constant, probably a chief advisor
into things.
There's something he provided in your relationship.
And the other guy also provided something.
You just needed to understand what is coming from this other side, and just know, okay, is it giving us some equilibrium in this relationship? Is it making her happy? Is it making me happy? Fine.
You know, the thing that I find particularly interesting about this story, see, the shoe is on the other foot. It's an opportunity for men to sit back and reflect and say, okay, when you determine that there was a girl you once knew when you're in primary school, and who was your friend. But you get married to another girl who was your friend in secondary school or in college. But you keep seeing this girl who was in primary school, and you have a child with her. Yes, the shoe is in the other foot.
Now it's the woman who has done you dirty.
It is. If the story was about a man, we wouldn't even be raising eyebrows.
No.
Man got a child out of wedlock.
What's the big deal?
There would have been no issue at all. They would say,
but it's normal. Now the woman has done it. Eyebrows are popping off into space. Because now the woman is the one. Everybody's like, what do you mean? Yes. But isn't it interesting what you said about precedent, Eric? That there's so many. Look at a lot of rulings that we've seen from Teresa Mafeka's court, from Odunga's court, things that you never would have imagined some 10 years ago.
Then Agnes Murgo and Jesse Lasit. Now they pull a definite rabbit from a car.
Things that you would have seen before and thought that they would be cut and dry. 10 years ago, would you ever have imagined that a woman has 2 children out of wedlock and she's still in your house and the judge says, no, you will still take care of those children? It would never happen.
You know, I commend...
It's okay, you can divorce, but take care of
the children.
I commend the drafters of our constitution and I commend those who gave these judges tenure.
Where?
You know why? People are free.
They have some sense of independence.
You can see.
Didn't we see the other day, the same Teresa Mafeka said, you know what? This woman has been in the house taking care of children. You've been out working. Had it not been for her, those children would not have been taken care of. She owns half your property.
She has invested in this wealth.
Why? Miss Button yesterday and Mr. Madvani. Same story.
Sell the house.
But that one, for me, it was cut and dry. No, seriously.
You don't just go and start declaring love and then you put somebody's name on the title deed. Then tomorrow you come and say...
That name wasn't just put at a willy-nilly. It was with good reason.
It was in trust. And in case I die,
you know?
We don't have issues of, now where does this property go? She knows what to do it.
It's good, and now you are still living. So we'll be sharing.
Because she comes and says, you've been living in my house for the last.
You sold the house and lived in my house. No.
Can you pay me rent for this
Things
house?
are changing, and now it also means that people can't just do things the way they want, anyhow, the way you feel. Because
so how should we do things?
Actually, talking about how we should do things. Once upon a time,
voila.
There was a city
on a hill. Okay,
called.
sorry.
This one wasn't on a hill. This was by the lakeside. It was called Kisumu. The beauty of this story is that the city still exists. Okay, this city had a governor. Again, the beauty of this story is that the governor is still the governor. Okay, he declared that there was a proposal to move 2 iconic schools: Kisumu boys, Kisumu girls. These are some of the oldest schools in that particular city. Problem is, those schools are literally
in
next.
CBD.
No, not in
next to
CBD.
each other.
Bus park.
Yeah.
A really noisy place. Yes. Really noisy place in Kisumu. Now, proposal.
Yes.
Proposal shows intent.
Yes.
Hey.
You're touching.
My friend, the things that have been said and said and said and said.
What is the opposition to this move, though? So the governor says, okay, so number one, it's noisy. Number two, it's prime property.
It is prime property.
We can convert this prime piece of real estate into better commercial use than having schools here.
Yes.
And also, we can have some safer space for our children to study.
Yes.
People have not had this safer space, children, blah, blah, blah. Those are your stories, Nyongo. This thing that you want to take our school and put buildings.
An institution.
You see, 2 things here. This place you want to take the schools, where exactly is it? Okay? If there are plans to do so, where are they? See, it's a proposal. Proposal comes with the plans also.
Yes.
Okay? This is the land that we've gotten, this 50 acres, this is where we're going to put the schools. The schools are actually next to each other. This is how we're going to go about it. Boys and girls schools next to each other have been there for the longest time in our history. Okay? I don't know whether those plans are there, but the problem, what came to my attention was, in defense, it is reported the governor said, folks, there is no way we can do such a thing without public participation. But I dare say, already the public were participating. They were protesting. Okay? So the question I asked myself, what was being said makes sense. It makes a lot of sense.
By whom?
By which side?
It makes sense to me.
No, what was being said?
That the schools should be moved.
Okay.
Yes, it makes... Oh, that's what you're asking.
The proposal makes sense.
Yeah. No, it makes a great deal of sense.
All right.
Okay. Given where the schools are, the location, and given how Kisumu is growing, the governor was absolutely right. However, sometimes the issue isn't whether the thing is good or not. It is A, the way the matter is presented, and B, the way it is understood. But more importantly, it is who is saying it and how they're saying it.
I think it was who was saying it, coupled with the former thing that you said in terms of how it was said.
Yes.
And I think that it just took on wait a minute, he's just coming and announcing that he wants to move our schools.
He wants to grab our schools.
For what? Are you trying to say that learning institutions are not important? So
I'm sure whatever he had said, whether it was a hospital, whatever it was, it is
wouldn't
shamba umeona shamba.
Yeah.
Somebody wants to grab
because that's how it sounds like. Even on social media, everybody who was commenting is umeona shamba.
Yes.
It is not that our children have to come into this noisy neighborhood to learn, that our children have to walk in and walk out of this noisy neighborhood, or it exposes the children to
disappearing in the middle
exposure
of the day.
to drugs, to crime, to all manner of... That's not the story. You have seen our shamba, you want to sell our shamba.
Sell our land.
And you know why this would become an issue? One of the things that happened in Kisumu in the not too distant past, many of the kiosks and so forth that were alongside the road in the road reserves were not removed. They were pulled down and brought down.
They were.
And Kisumu is a city where small business people like that dominate. Kisumu doesn't have any industries to speak of. Okay, the ones which were there shut down a long time ago. So this is where people earn a livelihood. Now, when I say they were done away with right throughout. Many of these businesses were in railway land. And these the people who had the business said they had leased the land from the railway. Different story, it's in the past, but they were removed. So many people who derive their livelihood from this suddenly found themselves without. So if that was what happened before, and then now there is a discussion about now removing a school, no matter how good the intention, no matter how useful it was going to be to the opposition. Yes, and yet, I dare say, the issue of public participation, I think sometimes is something that leaders don't take as seriously as they should. Because these are discussions that could have been had long before an announcement was made. And I'm sure some discussions were held. I'm even certain that some discussions are still taking place. Because if you're going to move a school, it's a government school. You must find land.
In fact, this is still public participation. It's that conversation of we have a plan to do this. We are collecting your views. What do you think?
What do you think? Yeah.
What we think? Okay, let us tell you
what we think. You want to grab our land? That's what we actually think. So, the Associated Press is reporting that the steady rise of Museveni's son is drawing excitement and concern. So, of course, we know that there was travel around the continent when Lieutenant General Muhoozi Kainerugaba celebrated his 48th birthday in Kampala a few weeks ago. Public fetes celebrating the son of Uganda's leader, raising concern that he's aiming for the presidency after years of apparently being groomed to succeed his father, President Yoweri Museveni, who has held power since 1986. Let that number do the rounds in your head for some time. 1986. The most recent event, Saturday's Thanksgiving ceremony, was attended by hundreds, including top government officials and military officers. Kainerugaba, who commands Uganda's infantry forces, has been increasingly assertive on Twitter posts in which he mentions his wish to rule Uganda. He spoke of increasing the sports budget in favor of young people when he wins power in this country, quote unquote. And he says he will announce his political program soon. The fact that all those who used to abuse me on a daily basis are now being forced to swallow their words by the people is great, he said on May 2nd, referring to recent rallies where throngs of people wore T-shirts bearing his image. Kainerugaba's supporters say he offers Uganda the opportunity of a peaceful transition of power in a country that has not had one since independence from British colonial rule in 1962. But opposition leaders, critics and others eager for change say his rise is leading the East African country towards hereditary rule. Kainerugaba's birthday celebrations should be seen as a formal introduction of the crown prince and heir to the Ugandan throne, according to critic Munene Mulera, and he wrote this in the local Daily Monitor. Museveni has entered his last lap of a long walk towards the realization of a 50-year-old dream to create dynastic rule. Kainerugaba also faces legal scrutiny because Uganda law prohibits a serving military officer from engaging in partisan affairs. Some say he has already crossed the line. They point out that other army officers who discuss politics were humiliated by said Museveni. A Ugandan attorney last week filed a petition with the Constitutional Court seeking a declaration that Kainerugaba's political activities are unlawful. The petition also seeks to have him prosecuted for alleged treason, charging his activities as destabilizing. He joined the army in the late 90s and his rise to the top of the armed forces has been controversial, with critics dubbing it the Muhoozi Project to prepare him for the presidency.
So it's been a long-term project. And they've stayed the cause. And it's coming now, it's only about, 4 years to the maturity of this project?
Yes. 50 years.
And
he's 48.
It's been a good job.
He's just turned 48. So you can imagine, in the next couple of years, he'll be able to, which now that his father's term would have come to an end, more or less.
Muhoozi 2026.
Muhoozi 2026, I'm telling you.
Back in the country. So, on Thursday, we will be having a conversation here with the Director of Public Prosecutions, Nurdin Haji, alongside the CEO of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Major Twalib Mbarak. So they'll be here and they'll be talking about this whole conversation that we're having. Is it okay to have these people who have cases in court being cleared to run and to appear on the ballot? The nation has taken a bold step today, and they've basically gone right ahead and put in a headline called The Undesirables, put in photos of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 members of parliament saying they are undesirables. They have cases in court. They face court case after court case. They have integrity questions hanging over their heads. Some are even battling murder charges in court, while others have been impeached for impropriety and misuse of public funds. But this cast straight from French playwright Victor Hugo's Les Miserables is gunning for elective posts. And if it has its way, this gang, it will be on the ballot in August. Here, the personification of everything that's wrong with the application, or more appropriately, the misapplication of Chapter 6 of the Constitution, pages 12 and page 13. They are talking about these members of parliament, these sitting governors, these ex-governors who've been impeached, who are facing cases in court and who are also seeking elective positions. Kenyans are poised to be saddled with poor and deficient leadership after the next general election, as a weak vetting system and the courts nod have allowed politicians facing corruption, hate speech and other criminal cases to contest for elective seats. The vetting and legal processes, especially through appeals, are making a farce of Chapter 6 of the Constitution and the Leadership and Integrity Act, which set out in detail the specific measures of integrity for agencies tasked with studying the eligibility of aspirants to vie. IEBC says its hands are tied unless the courts give a different interpretation of the idea that one ought to be cleared as long as they have not exhausted avenues of appeal. Its position means that so long as an individual has appealed a conviction, they will get a clearance certificate. There's a case that has been taken to court in April 14, 2022. Affidavit IBC's Director of Legal and Public Affairs, Crispin Owie, cites precedents that the Electoral Agency is using to clear suspects. You know, we've talked about this case taken to court by Okoh Mtata, and the IBC is responding and saying, court gave direction on this matter in 2012 and 2013 on the matter of one Uhuru Kenyatta and one William Ruto, whether they should vie. So here we are. How many MPs are we talking about who have court cases? In fact, I took that and I put down the note on my notebook. 12 members sitting MPs have cases in court. 2 of them are senators. John Waluke of Sirisia, Aisha Jumo of Malindi, Babu Owino of Embakasi East, John Namburo of Lari, Pavlo Imeke of Bonchari, Rigathi Gachagua of Mathira, Aduma Owor of Nyakach, James Gakuya Embakasi North, Ayub Savula Lugari, Alfred Keter Nandi Hills, Senator Mithika Linturi of Meru, Senator Samson Cherargei of Nandi, former MP from Laikipia North, Matthew Lempurkel. Governors Mudhomi Njoki of Tharaka Nithi, Ali Korane of Garissa, Okoth Obado of Migori, Moses Lenol Kulal of Samburu, Sospita Ojamong of Busia, former Governor of Nairobi Mike Mbuvi Sonko, former Governor of Kiambu Ferdinand Waititu. Of course, we also know that there are several cases regarding former Governor of Nairobi, Dr. Evans Odhiambo Kidero. Now the thing is, we're saying, that intro, Kenyans are poised to be saddled with a poor and deficient leadership. Why would Kenyans be electing people that they know have court cases?
Why elect them anyway?
Yeah, because the ultimate decision maker is you, the voter. There's nobody here who has been going through a court case in secrecy. The person who's coming, if John Waluke is going to Sirisia and seeking a vote, the people of Sirisia have clearly seen it in the news and heard it in the news. They've come across this information that Waluke has been convicted by a high court of fraud, has been sentenced, he has appealed. They know and what the case involved. Why would the people of Sirisia just be making a decision? Ati sasa unajua sasa koti imetuletea Waluke, wacha tumchague tena. No.
Decisions, man.
Oh, yeah.
It's decision time.
Yeah.
What do you want?
Indeed. Let's go to the top of the hour. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room. So in the next hour, we talk about what? Malnutrition. We talk about malnutrition. I will be telling you about the new Samsung A series, 33, 53, and A73. How good they are, how long-lasting their batteries are, how good the screens are, and how you can even get your screen changed for free. Good morning, 8-7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newsround. Dennis Aseto. Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance has dismissed Governor Alfred Mutua's exit from the alliance to join Kenya Kwanza, saying he is a liar. Azimio's Executive Director Raphael Tuju said the coalition won't force anyone to stay.
Some of the people who are complaining about that document, we know that they were negotiating with the other side, and they needed this document for purposes of benchmarking for their negotiation. So since we knew that was going on, there was no need for us to continue to engage with them.
In leaving Azimio, Mutua accused its leadership of failing their promise of openness, claiming they had declined to make public an agreement signed with affiliate parties, which was deposited with the Registrar of Political Parties. Mutua had threatened to move to court to compel the Registrar of Political Parties to furnish the party with a copy of the Azimio coalition agreement. Mutua questioned the motive behind denying his party a copy, also insinuating that there might be a fishy game being played.
To this end, we have decided to break our ties with Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance Party. Azimio have violated the letter and spirit of the agreement we went into. Therefore, the contract between Azimio and Maendeleo Chap Chap is an unconscionable contract, one that is unfair, and one whose intent is to finish our party and our aspirations.
This is Deputy President William Ruto welcomed Kilifi Governor Amason Kingi and his power party to the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, saying it is the home of Democrats, the free and the willing. Kingi cut links with the Azimio la Umoja coalition, with Ruto saying together they stand against strong impersonations by the oppressors and political racketeers who have exploited the country for long. Earlier, DP had welcomed Machakos Governor Alfred Mutua and his Maendeleo Chap Chap party to the Hustler Nation. Now, KANU party leader Gideon Moi will not be appearing before the 7-member panel seeking Raila Odinga's running mate under the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition. KANU's Secretary for Political Affairs Frederick Okoh said Moi will instead back Wiper party leader Kalonzo Musyoka. Moi was scheduled to appear before the Committee of Eminent Persons yesterday. The Committee of Eminent Persons on the selection of a running mate for the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance flag bearer Raila Odinga kicked off interviews Monday and is expected to conclude today, when 3 names will be handed to Odinga to choose. And Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka, who is also expected to appear before the committee, will be no show as he is traveling to Khartoum before heading to Juba, South Sudan, and finally to the DRC Congo on official duty. Kalonzo is scheduled to appear before the Azimio interviewing panel today, but he says he's not going to be there. Others expected to appear include Peter Kenneth and Kitui Governor Charity Ngilo. Now, Orange Democratic Movement Party leader Raila Odinga has vowed to jail corrupt leaders if he ascends to power in August. Speaking in Kajiado when he attended Governor Ole Lenku's re-election campaign ceremony, Raila said he will not spare any leader regardless of their rank in society in his fight against corruption. Raila dismissed the bottom-up economic model theory advanced by the United Democratic Alliance, saying it is unrealistic and unsustainable. He said that under his leadership, he will focus on industrialization and one country, one product. Raila further endorsed Governor Joseph Ole Lenku for re-election, saying he deserves a second time to complete his development projects. Lenku, who spelled out his 2022-2027 manifesto, said devolution will be more successful under Raila's leadership. Now, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission has extended the deadline for political parties to comply with the two-thirds gender rule. The deadline was to lapse yesterday. However, in a statement, the Electoral Commission noted that some parties were yet to meet the requirements, hence the decision to extend the timeline to Thursday, May 12 at 5 p.m. The Commission noted that the extension of the deadline is in keeping with the provisions of Article 83(3) of the Constitution, which stipulates that the conduct of elections should be facilitative. Non-compliant political parties, Chebukati says, will not participate in the 2022 general election for the said elective positions. Political parties were advised that there shall be no further extension beyond May 12th date. And the murder trial of Joseph Irungu, alias Joey, took a new twist after a police officer attached to the case testified that there were inconsistencies in the phone numbers connected to the case. Jonathan Limo, a DCI officer attached to Safaricom, told the court that out of the 7 numbers attached to the case, only 4 were connected to the case. The 4 numbers were found to belong to Joseph Irungu, Jackie Maribe, Ahmed Mustafa, and the deceased businesswoman Monica Kimani. According to police reports, Joseph Irungu's number was around Dennis Street Road on September 19, 2018. But the court heard that on this very same day at 9:19 p.m., Joey's phone was traced in Kileleshwa. At 11:54, Joey's number was traced at Nairobi Gospel of God Church Valley Road. The phone was later traced at Langata Royal Park and then Langata DOD. This is Newswire. Dennis Seto. Good morning.
At a few minutes after 7 o'clock, we're seeing some traffic building around the city. Traffic hour started really early today. Uhuru Highway piles up like it was not before. And we're looking at coming off the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, heading into the city and then out towards Westlands. That is quite a thing. Gong Road building up here and there as well. And we see traffic built up on Langata Road already. Really heavy as you get towards the Wilson Airport out towards the Timor roundabout. Raila Dingo Way looks good. You can use that to connect to Ngong Road and then out into the city. Thika Superhighway was really thick about half an hour ago and it's just getting thicker. Back-to-back traffic and it's taking all the way to the Allsops Junction. And we're also looking at Kiambu Road. There's in and outbound traffic here as well. Outer Ring is taking a hit from Komorok Road, taking a hit from Kangunda Road, as well as Manyanja Road and Juja Road. Everybody then piling up there and trying to get the long way to the Thika Superhighway. So let's keep an eye on that. Mombasa Road, we have some traffic in and outbound around Imara Daima, and that is going to continue for some while. We know North Airport Road as well, spilling over to Outer Ring. So traffic hour starts early today. Let's keep an eye on things. Hopefully you can keep our wits about, and then let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not
Good morning,
down.
It's 8 minutes after 7.
The
the second
Situation
half,
Room,
Kenya's biggest
the
conversation
only
is
way
now
to
on
start
Tuesday,
your day.
The 10th day of March, 2022. We're yet to get crossover into April or May. So the president hopefully will launch, not give us some free trial, blah, 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 launch the road between where? Chumvi in Machakos to Rironi, the Maimahiu Junction. Until then, we shall remain here. Big thing as well, we want to see our power bills coming down by some 15%. Until then, we are in March. C.T. Muga has the day's proverb before we talk about nutrition.
Every crackling hen was an egg once.
That is some tongue twist of a proverb.
Crackling.
Every crackling hen.
Not clackering.
Not cackling.
Crack.
Every crackling hen.
That one.
Thank you. The soundbite did it for me.
It drove the message home. Right?
Indeed.
You stopped seeing the egg, now you started seeing the hen.
The chicken hen.
Okay. Titus Mungo is a regional nutritional advocate, and he's here with us in the studio. We'll soon be joined by Martha Nyagaya, who's a nutrition specialist. We want to talk about malnutrition as a crisis in Kenya and in the continent. Titus, good morning.
Good morning, Latiff.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you.
How's your Tuesday morning?
Well, it's good, and I hope you had breakfast. Because when you speak about nutrition, we need to know that you have had good breakfast.
What is good?
What is a good breakfast?
Did you have a balanced meal? Did you have a... Actually, when you say eat as a king in the morning, as you go down afternoon or lunch, lessen it, and then as a pauper in the evening.
Yeah, my mom used to say, eat breakfast like a king,
Yes.
lunch like a prince, and supper like a pauper.
Great. And that is what actually we talk at times in nutrition. But we go beyond just meals and eating, and that's what maybe we are going to discuss.
So nataka mtu akule ugali asubuhi.
Na mboga.
Well,
Kanyama.
in some of our communities, yes, you
Na
can
ugali-
have
na ugali
morning-
size mzuri.
You know, it is and desserts.
Alafu ikifika usiku ulale njaa.
Yes.
But we discuss that because there are also other dangers that we have experienced, that we have people ugali, sukuma all along. And then you find that in most of our communities with vast land, people just eat kind of the same meal. And at times they lease their land and end up suffering. And that's where you find some also malnutrition just owing to such kind of eating. Nonetheless, let's
Titus,
proceed.
I think let's begin with the definitions.
Yeah.
And you need to explain to us what nutrition is and then what malnutrition is. Because what we know for sure is that, for example, in the country we have the National Food and Nutrition Policy, all right?
Yeah.
Security, food and nutrition security policy. When you talk about nutrition and malnutrition, what's the actual definition of these two terms?
Well, I would bring it from my advocate's point of view. Martha will come and bring in the technical as an expert, and what I can say also, one who is studied well nutrition. I would say this way, that let's differentiate that there is good nutrition, not just nutrition.
Okay.
In what he say in Swahili, sio bora chakula, chakula bora.
Okay.
So that when you have the right nutrients, quality is it food, and it goes beyond food, because when we talk of nutrition also, you running, if you have also to ensure that there is clean water this person is having and everything else that is around it in health, then you are addressing the person's nutrition. Come to it this way, that nutrition does not only begin at eating, because that person had the right background from birth, and this is why Nutrition International comes in to speak all along before a child is born, through all that, to ensure that that child is in the right state in nutrition. But malnutrition can be in two different ways. One of them is undernutrition. You find that a child can have, for example, is too short for the age of that child, is stunted, or acute malnutrition is experienced or notable in that child. In most of these cases, we can attribute them also to even the breastfeeding challenges. I don't know, and we need to ask, if you are married, your wife breastfeeds exclusively 6 months. Is that happening? Do we have even in our own policies kind of that in office here, where you have a breastfeeding corner or room, to ensure that we do not deny a child to be well breastfed? Then that child is not undernourished or affected. But then we also have what overweight, and at times it happens all the way to obesity, from even childhood all the way to the adults, and you find that, so there is over nutrition cases that we report. So we need to see malnutrition in different facets. But as we talk of a triple burden of malnutrition that is affecting the world, we are talking of all those things, whether there is stunting, we call it, and a child is acutely malnourished, there is wasting, you find also in the weight, and then you come also to now the overweight, all those kind of things. And Kenya is experiencing all those forms. Unfortunately, over 2 million of our children will not achieve their full potential to be who they would have been in life because of malnutrition.
Where are you seeing mostly, if we look at, take a geographical imprint of the country, where are you seeing the most undernutrition is taking place in Kenya?
Well, again, this one, as we will come from also the technical part from Martha, you would find that there country has mapped the areas, and some of them are in the vulnerable regions or populations. For example, in arid and semi-arid areas in Kenya, we also experience that kind of undernutrition, and some of this can be explained because of access to food, quality food, and some of the challenges are attributed also to what you would see that in movement of populations and culture. Do you know that in some cultures, even just breastfeeding, and I have addressed this, some people don't even breastfeed using both kind of, when a mother is breastfeeding, will just sent on one of her breasts and not both. They believe the child will die if you breastfeed in both. And so there are culture areas which are not even disadvantaged economically, but the cultures are impeding and causing some of this undernutrition. And so that's why I also spoke about some are endowed economically with good crops, but the farmers and they have tilted towards a certain type of food. In Western, where I come from, ugali, if it is not on the table, then there was no food.
I still want to come back to that proper understanding of nutrition and malnutrition. All right, so in children, if a child has not been breastfed, blah, 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 then we'll talk about, them getting malnourished, undernourished. They're not getting sufficient food, sufficient proper diet. But what exactly defines proper nutrition? Like you said, it's not bora chakula, it is chakula bora.
Yes.
So what is chakula bora? Is it about having a balanced diet? Is it about eating 3 meals a day? Is it about having food and then taking water? Is it about making sure that you're taking fruits? What is chakula bora?
And if you balance all these things, where does water come in?
Thank you. One thing which I said earlier is that we have to have the right nutrients in food, and that is the thing. That's why we come in as Nutrition International. At times when we are producing or providing micronutrients is because there are foods that do not have the right nutrients.
What are micronutrients?
Yeah, like you need to now increase, like in any food, for example, you will find some cassava, for example. If there is not the right nutrient in all that can boost the growth, be it of a person. And that's why I say that when you discuss it technically, you will understand that if the nutrients are not sufficient in a certain food and all that, there is a way that now we intervene. We can intervene whether we are doing the vitamin A supplementation, and there is also what is called now fortification of food. You go to the market now and you find that we are fortified rice, we are fortified sugar, we are fortified kind of oil, cooking oil. The aim of it is that you boost the nutrients to have the right one, so that what Latiff is saying, you are not just eating flat food or any other food to fill the stomach, but you have the food that is balanced with their all nutrients. Yes.
How does then method of cooking come to play in here? Because if we're talking about, nutrient-based foods and things like this, we have some, sometimes when food is cooked within an inch of its life and then it has no nutritional value whatsoever. So does this also contribute to this mapping that you've talked about, how people cook food? Is that a contributory factor then towards malnutrition, whether it's under or
Yeah, I'm happy you bringing that, because in some regions I've been in Kenya, when we have been doing demonstrations, cooking demonstrations, we enable families to understand how to cook different foods, be it sukuma wiki, which is in Kenya popular, because people cook food to death. Until there is no nutrient and all that. And you are happy to see it brown.
Yes.
You are happy to see it having changed. And you say that now that food is well cooked. So what we do is that enable the families to know that if you are cooking ugali, if you are cooking vegetables, this is the right way to do it. And now even in those kind of villages, we have brought in fathers who are now coming and working with their mothers. And in cultures where people feel like, Latiff, you cannot be with your wife learning issues to do with cooking, people now are demystifying that. They are coming out strongly. And so I'm happy what you're bringing, that we also need to see that it is also from the table that you build the right food that you bring to your family. Yes, all the way from where you are cooking. But then I wanted to bring this that for 30 years that Nutrition International has been in existence, the aim of it is the leading in the fight against malnutrition by ensuring this, Latiff and colleagues, that and which we normally wish to tell the country that the right nutrition at the right time is what we need. And what we also need here is to ensure that we build the capacity of people to dream. We also fuel among our people that desire for them to achieve their potential, and then to lay the foundation upon which they will build a better future. And how does it begin? Let people take responsibility of their food. We are going to the market and buying sukuma wiki and spinach because in a shine. But they are being planted in sewage places. How can we enable our people to take responsibility that they are harmful kind of lead, chemicals, and others that are being ingested every other day and destroying us?
How can we, though? How can we really? For somebody, for example, who is on the side of the road, I mean, because these are the issues that we are facing on a daily basis. It's not something wrapped up in a book somewhere. This is actually it, that you're going to have vegetables, for example, sold on the side of the road. We don't have systems in place where there's food traceability. In this country or in many countries on the continent, that you can trace where this leaf of sukuma wiki started from as a seed, that you can trace what was put in the soil, what water was used to irrigate. You can't do that. So if somebody's selling 50 shillings sukuma wiki on the side of the road, and that's what somebody can afford, they will buy. They're not thinking about where did it come from, or is it harming me at the end of the day. They're thinking, what am I going to put in my belly and to feed my family?
Yeah, and this comes also to regulating bodies. Our own bodies that are involved, NEMA, for example, comes in play here. That if, for example, I used to Ruai because I worked with NEMA and we used to go to handle Ruai cases. There are people using raw sewage to farm. If the bodies in charge are not taking their part, and this is why even me as an advocate would say that the government has a responsibility. All the regulatory bodies have a responsibility. But now you come to what you are saying, that how can this poor person somewhere down there know that this is the right vegetables and this is the wrong one? And this is why we are educating and encouraging that if you are able to do that simple garden, if you are able at times to do around it, for unfortunately,
so your own kitchen garden.
Yes, unfortunately, some we are on 3rd floor, 4th floor, you don't have a garden. So you now depend on the market. And you find that in Nairobi, people now have said, okay, let me depend on food that is brought from up country, and you go to the market. You don't know at times. And it is good, for me, the first responsibility, the county governments, NEMA, and all regulatory bodies. Otherwise, we are killing populations.
You work with... Sorry, go ahead, Eric.
No, ask her.
No, Eric, please go ahead. Okay. Do you also work with schools?
Yes, there are also our programs like the supplementation, I said, vitamin A, that we ensure that we are boosting actually that immunity, the strength.
No. Do you work with schools? How do you work with schools? What structure do you have to ensure that these messages are not only in schools, but is that it's disseminated to the students?
Well, I would say this, that in most of the schools, and I'm speaking not only for Kenya because I represent the region, that in places where we have, number one, let me begin from where we start, nutrition in the curriculum. That the nutrition has been embedded in the curriculum. Thereafter, we now have our officers also sensitizing, be it those teachers through the clubs. Like, for example, in Tanzania, we have the Girl Guides Association and doing a lot great work. In Kenya also, we do a lot also with the schools themselves, the teachers who are brought in some of the sessions that we undertake. Some of them are in our adolescent nutrition programs. So this is where you build them from that age.
So the Ministry of Education is a partner with whom you work?
Yes, exactly. Okay. And that's why we've influenced the curriculum change to ensure we strengthen nutrition in the curriculum. I don't know in your years if you did 4K Club, for example. You are
take a good look at me.
I think you are not, maybe Latiff.
I did 4K Club.
Yes.
Kuungana, kufanya, kusaidia Kenya.
Yes. And so the idea is that if we inculcate this from the early age, it will really enable our learners themselves to take responsibility.
And the president relaunched 4K Club just the other day. Bringing back that, that inculcation of children learning those things about, basic agriculture, understanding food, food production, and I think it's a good initiative. I wanted to ask you, we talk about there being a crisis in Kenya and in Africa, a malnutrition crisis. For very many people, I bet you, when they hear that there's a crisis of malnutrition, they connect it to food shortage in the country. So they go, we know there are 21 counties that are facing food insecurity. So because those people are not having a square meal a day, maybe they're eating once in 2 days. So that is malnutrition, obviously. I mean, they're only taking porridge, and depending when they do. So that's where malnutrition is. Is that the case?
And I'm happy because that is where we go wrong. Even the leaders, when you speak about nutrition, they say produce more food. Just have food. But we need to go beyond there and know that when there is a crisis, it means that the populations that are affected, especially in Africa because of conflict, displacement, and currently famine, that is affecting over about 700 million people in Africa, that there is severe malnutrition because even the aid agencies that are distributing food are not distributing that balanced food that is addressing other aspects of nutrition. So malnutrition crisis in Africa will go beyond food because there is what I mentioned to you, that some of the children have been curtailed before they reached even 2 years. 45% of deaths of under 5 children is because of undernutrition. So we cannot say it is only because of the food crisis. And so this is why now when we discuss this, we need to go beyond agriculture. And what Nutrition International is doing is bringing development across the sectors, bring agriculture, bring education, bring all ministries that are involved, let them work together. They have been working in silos. The Minister for Agriculture does not know what the health is doing. The budget for nutrition should be in health, should be in education, should be in agriculture. In Ethiopia, they have that army whereby if I am an extension worker in agriculture, I know nutrition. If you are doing this, you know it. But in Kenya, the extension worker in agriculture only stands, and so the crisis continues because we are trying to say produce more food, but there is not.
But where is the crisis? Is the crisis only in those counties that are facing starvation or hunger because of failed rainfall? Or is the crisis in also these other counties where there is sufficient food production?
Exactly, there is also in other counties. The levels may not be the same. And that is why I say that in those counties, for example, where we have poor maternal health for nutrition, the hospitals are not really providing enough services for our mothers. From the time they are going there for antenatal care all the way, you'll find their children will be affected, even that. So they have good food, but they are not accessing good nutrition services. So they are affected. But the worst are normally the vulnerable, who are the poor population in those arid and semi-arid areas, because their situation is compounded. The same way with COVID now. When COVID hit, it hit mostly the most vulnerable. It hit also those ones with the underlying conditions, diet-related. And this is why we say that if you look at the health situation caused by COVID, it affected mostly the people who have underlying conditions, malnutrition, diet-related, all these were affected. And that is where now we are saying that not only those counties that you are saying semi-arid, even in Nairobi, do you know that we have urban malnutrition, obesity? That is one here.
So obesity is a form of malnutrition?
Yes, it is. It is. How many of us here have even exercise? Do we have even spaces where we run or can ride our bicycles? I know Harvey is riding, but he can be knocked any time because we do not have places. Lanes. And in other countries, there is that provision. And look at the way even we are consuming. In other countries now, the red and processed meat is reducing on the table, but in Africa is increasing. And we have a huge number, over 50% of the cases that now we are addressing of malnutrition coming to our countries in developing world. That is scary.
Do you have a partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture?
Yes. Now we are Ministry of Agriculture working together in what we call nutrition-sensitive programs. For example, if you see those who are now fortified, like the indigenous, the potatoes, for example, our food, and working with USAID, for example, we work with agriculture also as Nutrition International in what I said earlier, when we are educating farmers in even growing those kind of crops around themselves, how to ensure that they are having nutritious food at home. So we work together with the ministry.
I want you to give me an example. Let's say, for instance, think of any rural area.
Yeah.
And they plant beans, they plant some vegetables, they have maize.
Yeah.
Of the things that they traditionally consume, what would constitute a balanced diet? What would constitute a balanced and nutritious diet from what people eat normally on a daily basis?
An ordinary Kenyan.
And I'm happy you have asked that, because I started, it was not before we were on air, that do we have 5 servings of fruits and vegetables a day?
How many?
5 servings.
Explain 5 servings.
What is a serving?
So if I wish Martha is coming. If, for example, you are putting on your table, be it with a spoon, and you are saying, this is vegetable, this is fruit, how many do you eat? How do you serve on your table, be it with a spoon? I move again, number 2, legumes and nuts. Do you have them on your table, for example? Do you eat that? And that can be availed even in our communities.
I think CT's one about legumes.
These are the legumes.
He stopped at legumes.
Mguu ya kuku.
No. Sio mguu ya kuku. Anyway, whether the family, whether beans, whether all that. Okay. So when you have the proteins, when you have all that you learned in school, carbohydrate. No, we didn't.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Soup.
So what I can say here is that, do you know that it is possible, because you asked from the traditional village there, because this mom or what can have in the farm vegetables, can have fruit at least, even if possible there, can have beans, if not beans, you know what we're calling minjis and the rest, and would ensure that is on the table. And there are also others who would have the milk from their home there and the rest. And so the person is interplaying. And we say about meat, and I started here saying that 1 serving of red meat a week. I know that there are people who eat meat daily, even twice a day. It is partly actually given that it is contributing to these non-communicable diseases. The more we have these and sugary drinks, sugary food, and all that, these all leading
processed, in other words.
Processed.
But let me ask you this question. I mean, it's interesting you should mention that.
Yes.
Because why I give the example of a traditional community, that most of what they eat, they plant, they didn't buy.
Yeah.
Nowadays, people buy because a lot of the farming, if you're talking about the current generation, many of them have no affinity to farming or land. Okay, but if I look at where I came from, where I come from, ordinarily there was some form of fish.
That is correct.
At any point in time, dried, and a variety of them, at any given point. These things you talk about, legumes, they were in the farm.
Yes.
Vegetables were not bought. When people wanted to cook, you were told to go to the patch and tune us some vegetables and bring it for cooking. Yes, it was later on when I was older, I realized people actually buy these things. Okay. Now, again, all that would comprise about, because you didn't eat one thing.
Yes, that's correct.
You ate the vegetables, you ate whatever
some
protein, and the ugali was a constant. Okay?
Yeah.
But the ugali wasn't just maize. It was mixed with barley, sometimes it was mixed with cassava. So now, why I'm asking this is, many people who lived and ate the traditional diet, Many of them live to a very ripe old age, and these non-communicable diseases are things people talk about, and they wonder what or not they're talking about.
Exactly.
Okay?
Yeah.
Again, there are communities that are essentially carnivorous. They eat more meat than any of us even think.
And they still lived very long.
Yes, and you don't hear
red meat.
Yes, and you don't hear of them having problems with. So, is the meat the problem, or is it what the cows eat that is a problem?
Latiff, you
respond to this after this break.
Okay.
It's 26 minutes to 8. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. Titus Mungo is a regional nutritional advocate from Nutrition International. We are talking about what they're calling a malnutrition crisis in Africa and Kenya, and we want to understand, so what exactly is malnutrition? How is it a crisis? How is it manifesting itself in the country, and how can we address it? Let's remind you about Samsung getting a swanky brand new Samsung. Ours is coming from Korea. You know, it's been dispatched.
Oh, really?
From the boss himself.
What is it?
At Samsung.
You got word.
Coming.
Okay.
A33, A53, A73.
And they will allow us essentially to become our own paparazzi, snap awesome pictures and capture awesome videos with the Galaxies A33, A53, A73 that are on the way from where? Korea. Now, your awesome won't get interrupted because these awesome devices have a 2-day battery that, you can keep going and going and going without charging for 2 days, and you can capture all these wonderful moments that CT likes to do so much. Awesome is what we are doing, and trade-ins are now available. So that Samsung, which couldn't be as awesome, now you have the opportunity to upgrade to awesome.
Indeed, 25 to 8. Give it here for more conversations coming up.
This nation has never healed genuinely from the 2008 violence. We've never had a healing process. We've swept it under the rug.
Let me tell you, the handshake was the most disastrous political event in the history of country after the coup attempt of 1982.
There's no Kikuyu pothole, no lack of water,
right.
Okamba, lack of traffic. Yeah. There is no Luya lack of drugs in the hospitals. Or Jaluo one. All our issues are the same issues. If you are in a room and just about everybody in that room has a court case or another, what impression does that give you?
What are you saying? Why haven't you done it in the last 20 years? But they're telling us, like August, some miracle is going to happen. My friend, I want to tell Kenyans, you will be in for a rude shock.
The Situation.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 18, highs of 26 and lows of 17. And it's partly sunny at 16 in Nakuru. We'll see highs of 26 and lows of 14. It's mostly cloudy at 16 in Nyeri, highs of 25 and lows of 15. While we'll see lows of 13 in a sunny Eldoret, going to highs of 26. It's partly sunny at 27 in Mombasa, highs of 31. And we'll see highs of 31 in Malindi as well, where it continues to rain at 25. It's 20 and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 29. And we're also seeing sunny conditions at in Kakamega at 18 with highs of 29 and lows of 17. The sun is out in Kampala at 20, highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 32 in a sunny Dar es Salaam, currently at 24. Joburg, clear at 7, highs of 20 and lows of 7, and it's mostly clear at 25 in Lagos with highs of 32. It'll come down to lows of 24. Rain showers in Kinshasa this morning at 23. That'll be today's low, going to highs of 33. All right, traffic out in terms of the minutes, but it's been really busy ever since we clocked 7 o'clock. We're looking at Jogo Road in and outbound traffic, in and outbound for the first time in a while, all the way from Hamza out towards the roundabout at the City Stadium and then to Landis and out towards Kamkunji. It's really heavy there. We're also looking at heavy traffic on Gong Road this morning on the other side of Uhuru Highway. Speaking of which, getting into the city and then out towards Westlands looks pretty busy. State House coming out towards Chiromo and then coming down that whole Keleleshwa Arboretum Drive, really busy this morning. All those inner estates very busy, from Lavington out towards Keleleshwa and then towards Dennis Pritt. That is a bit nightmarish this morning. Then on Wayaki Way, some traffic going towards the city. The Thika Superhighway and all the webs connecting it today are absolute madness. Okay? This is unprecedented traffic today. Again, all the way from Tusker Village out towards the Pangani underpass. It's really crazy into the city. So you might want to wait it out or, sing a song in the meantime. Let's talk. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings.
Conversation continues at 20 minutes to 8. With us in the studio this morning is Titus Mungov, Regional Nutrition Advocate at Nutrition International. We're talking about malnutrition. It's a crisis in Kenya and in Africa, and he'll tell us why shortly. Before we took the break, you're responding to CT's question.
Yes.
Looking at the ordinary plates on Kenyan tables, all right? So traditionally, yes, there was a lot of access to all these foods. Nowadays, if you ask anybody who will go for lunch today, they'll tell you, okay, so I've had some starch, either ugali or chapati, and then there'll be some meat, whether it's going to be fish, chicken, beef, mutton, for those ones who are a bit up there. Mutton has become a... And then there's going to be some mboga. Unataka mboga gani? Ya kienyeji ama sukuma? It's going to be kunde, osuga, sukuma wiki, spinach, and that's it. Is that a proper nutritious?
I need to start from where you mentioned that they lived longer, our old men or parents, and they did not have really to struggle as we are doing now because they planted from out there, they picked some fruits from even the bush, they did all that before. But what has happened is that we have a bit changed in our lifestyle. And at times when I find chips, pasta, and pizzas to be the only meal that looks, actually we say it is about people see the color and the taste. And they say that is good food. But when you look at our traditional foods, you see that is boring. When President Museveni told Ugandans that if there is no bread, eat cassava, what did people feel? What is he saying?
Being insulted.
He insulted. But you would find that that is a meal that you love. And you post something. They ate meat, even those old people, but did not have a problem. I do not want to really say that how regular was it a problem to them. Some people exercised, they worked, and all that. But we are eating and you are sitting on your table. You sit here, you are in the office, you are not exercising. You go there, you use the lift elevator every time into your car, home, you do not do anything. And therefore, what is happening is that you're just increasing the mass, the fat and all that body. End of it all is affecting. Then the last one maybe is that we also have increased production, fast production of foods because of certain types of chemicals and fertilizer that we need also to regulate. Do you know that we have even chicken that can be reared within a week or two, and we are throwing on the table?
A week.
So you have
the crackling chicken.
Chicken. and you go out there and you have potatoes, is the waru, which are huge. You say, give me that big one. But you do not know what really that constitutes. This is why we are calling that we have really to be responsible and regulate the way we are eating. And so partly we are affected by some of these innovations that are pushing us to the tilt and adding more kind of harm to us. But that is not our mandate as Nutrition International more. As I said, our large mandate now, as we are discussing with the governments to push them to invest more in nutrition, to have more funds, which we can speak. There is not hardly budgets for nutrition in our country.
What's our budget for nutrition? Sorry. Okay. What's our budget for nutrition in this country? How much do we
first of all, do we have a budget for nutrition in this country?
In fact, I'm happy. You need a spotlight to find where it is in some of the ministries, because the problem here is that our legislators, some of them now are nutrition champions. We have trained some, we have built capacity. They need to go to parliament and advocate more. And Tanzania has reached almost that level now, whereby the budget for nutrition is strengthened. For Kenya, if Martha was to explain here, we have now counties Nandi, Makueni, Vihiga, and all these that have joined now to have a clear budget for nutrition, working with us. What we've done, we've told them, you put this million, will equal the amount. And they are now doing that.
Okay.
And ending up now increasing. But what they call budget for nutrition in some countries is actually for salaries.
So how does this play out? I'm curious to know. Because, okay, sure, because some would say, okay, well, hire extension officers, for example, so that you can have this symbiotic relationship between ministries, agriculture, health, etc. Yeah. But how does it play out? And a vivid picture is in my mind. It may sound elitist, but I remember when Michelle Obama, at the time of her husband's presidency, did this nationwide tour to schools to advocate for healthier school lunches. Because in the public system, the school obviously provides the food on a daily. So she went and basically was going round and round and saying, change the food, how these children are eating, and you will see a drastic change in how they are learning. So and it was clear, this is what happens. She was going and advocating, and actually they went to the point where they changed the fats, the oils that were used. They changed and included vegetables. They removed the sugary drinks and put natural juices. So that is an example. I'm asking, how do we see it playing out here? If we are saying, switch up this nutrition, what are we doing? Are we talking to farmers? Are we talking to how people who run households? Are we talking to the service industry? How does it play out for us to see that we're actually trying to get a change in the way nutrition is addressed?
I'm happy, now you speak advocacy. And this is where I say that if we have failed to do good advocacy. But what we're doing is this. Change begins by having these champions, including the media. Do you know that we have now over 20 or so journalists who are nutrition champions? For if we do not take the message, the politician will ignore. And another change, Latiff, also is that in Zambia, for example, people interrogate the manifestos before elections. Do you have nutrition targets? Like now we are going to elections. I've not seen the manifestos. But are our parties going to have that in their manifesto, and we ensure that we address that? How do we change again as Miss Obama did? We need champions at the high level, including politicians, because in some countries the presidents themselves have taken up the role and they are calling themselves a nutrition champion, like King Letsi of Lesotho. And when he speaks, his people hear that. But when nutrition is not brought out, the mama mboga down there, someone does not really follow and say, is it really serious? Until we make nutrition, because by the way, development is impeded by malnutrition. It affects a gross 2 to 16% of GDP loss because of malnutrition in our countries. That is huge.
A prickly question though, Titus.
Yes.
Can you have this nutrition conversation implemented if you do not have prerequisite structures in place? Follow me here.
Yes.
If you're talking to a farmer who is using raw sewage to water their crop, in some cases, I'm careful about this, they may not have a choice. Why? Because they don't have access to water. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So where is the conversation here? Does there need to be more of an attention paid to the implementation of proper structures before you can now start having this conversation? Whether you're talking about health, whether you're talking about the provision of water, whether you're talking about access ways, whether you're talking about proper road network. Do you need to have all of those things in place before you can start having the conversation, or is it things that can now work all at the same time?
They can work the same time, but where we begin is this. We are supporting countries. We are supporting even county governments. First of all, to have in place costed nutrition plans. If you do not plan in Kenya now, whereby the counties have called county integrated plans, then you lose it. That is the structure, number one. And also policies in Kenya. Do you have food security and nutrition policy in place? That now places you where the ministry says, if the policy does not say, how do I invest? If this does not say, how do I put money? So we began from there. Then now we move the conversation, as you are saying, to what we now say, accountability of the government and those responsible to implement those policies. Otherwise, the structure itself loses. There is no foundation if you do not embed it in the policies and plans. Every year, do we interrogate our governments to say, did you budget for nutrition? Did you plan for nutrition? The last one now, conversation to the common person down there. We are using informal ways of meetings. We are using the media. We are using also their public kind of meetings. And we have chosen nutrition champions in the community. Some of them are youth, some of them are leaders, and they are now taking the message to their own people. And do you know that there is fish in some parts of central Kenya to eastern, but people are saying this is a snake. They would not, they do farming, fish farming, but they sell it. But yet,
not for local consumption.
Not for local, because the culture and everything, this is a snake.
Tell me, the work you do is actually international work.
Yes.
How do you partner with the AU?
Thank you very much. That one thing that we realized that in Africa that is carrying the burden of malnutrition globally, the over 60 million people malnourished are in Africa out of the 150 million in the world now, standard children. What happens is that the AU for the first time now is coming strongly to have a nutrition kind of like a department to push, and then Nutrition International recently signed a memorandum of understanding with the AU so that we support the AU to integrate nutrition when responding to situations like floods in South Africa, responding to famine in the Sahel region, when coming to address agriculture. And now we have the presidents of Africa, some of them sitting to drive the agenda. What we want to do is that ensure that if we speak from the AU voice, for example, AU level, some of the heads of states will hear. We've tried it from the bottom situation of talking to the counties and the rest, but we also need AU to talk to member states, because when they come to meetings like United Nations, AU should be accountable and say, Africa is driving the nutrition agenda this way.
Let me ask you a question that may sound a little difficult, but do people listen to what the AU has to say?
Well, one thing is that it can be said that they don't listen, but the presidents and health ministers meet every year for this, that there are targets they are given.
Or has the AU's voice been loud enough previously in other matters to then warrant that should they say something concerning nutrition, that folks are likely to sit up and take notice?
I would agree that the voice has not been loud enough, but now this is where we have come in. We want to ensure that they have the necessary, be it empowerment, be it capacity kind of, to ensure that they speak loudly on that. Because most of it, we would say very well that if, for example, Kikwete recently said that Africa is losing these millions. You have heads of states there. When he was the head of state, nutrition also was pushed up there to the prime minister's office. The same way to Malawi, when Joyce Banda was also the head of state, nutrition was in the office of the president. And that is when they achieved a lot. In Malawi, in Tanzania, and some other countries. Only 8 countries actually in Africa are on course to achieve some of the nutrition targets.
And what are these targets?
They can be targets of reducing what we call acute malnutrition stunting, the wasting, whether the thin child, the underweight, obesity, anemia, which is affecting women of reproductive age, 15 to 49 years. Most of our children are affected because of anemic kind of situation their parents have been in. So we are not on course in achieving all these, including NCDs. Those are also targets that the countries have been given in the World Health Assembly, as well as Sustainable Development Goals. And then now we have Malabo Declaration for AU. This is now where we said, bring stunting down to 10% in and also improve agriculture. Some of them are not achieving. So what AU has done, they have created what they call the Africa Leaders for Nutrition, ALN, whereby they have now a scorecard. Countries now are undergoing that, evaluated against those targets.
You know, as you speak throughout this show, I've had several pick-up lines. For example, right nutrition at the right time.
Yes.
You've said it's also important to check the nutrients and the amount of nutrients in whatever food that we are eating. So sometimes we may be eating, but then does it have the right amount of nutrients? Takes me to a conversation where I'm wondering, does Nutrition International advocate for genetically modified foods?
Well, this is not in our mandate. And my colleague, I remember if we discussed it again on another show here in the media, that we know that there are scientific kind of evidence that food production has been boosted through GMO. There are other cases where there are harmful kind of foods produced, but we do not, that's not our forte for now. That's not in our area. And I'm happy you are asking this, because the Ministry of Agriculture now comes in here and ensures that proper production of food is in the country. And we desist if there are any practices that will injure, harm the populations, then they should not be allowed. And so I would not answer in depth, because it is not our arena.
So from where you sit as Nutrition International, let's say that one of you at Nutrition International became the head of state in Kenya.
Yes.
Where would you prioritize to make sure that then nutrition and those goals are achieved? What is it that needs to happen, and what would you do?
Assuming today, for example, my country director was the president, the first one that we would say is that what you mentioned, where is the seat that coordinates the nutrition structures? And what I would do, number one, is that place it in that office of the president. And this is what the scaling up movement globally is saying. Let nutrition be elevated at the highest level. Once it is at the highest level, you are able now to integrate nutrition across all the departments, across all the ministries. That for me will be the call.
So the number one thing is set up like a state department for nutrition.
Actually, like for example, in Ethiopia, they are setting what they call Nutrition Council. And at the highest level. And so we expect Kenya also, they have what we call the multi-stakeholder forum for nutrition, but elevate it. Actually, it is in one of the policies that was in the food security policy and nutrition, but it has not been implemented. And it was recommended that it be placed in the office of the president.
What would it do?
When it is there?
Yes.
You know, one thing is that the same way you do, strategically for me as an advocate, is that you are able to control or allocate the right resources. You are able to, resources meaning not only funds, but people. You are able also now to require from all those departments do they come and sit in the cabinet and report to the president the way they have handled nutrition in the country? And that is what, like now what is happening, nutrition funds are being diverted to address the current economic crisis and COVID crisis. Until now, they are depleted. Some of the counties have reported all the money that was for nutrition has been moved to others. That person, when you elevate, will not allow, because nutrition is the cornerstone of development.
When that money is available,
yes,
the money that you're saying in this country, there's some money for nutrition. What exactly does it do?
I started earlier that what we are trying to handle in some counties, that the money that was only allocated was for staff, like you have a nutritionist, you have a whatever, but now to do more for programs. In Kenya, almost 80 or 70% of nutrition programs are supported by donors. And so the other amount from the government would go mainly to management of kind of the structures that we have. And so that is why we are now discussing with the counties. Since the time counties started, they are increasing the money for programs. And we are happy to see that happening now. And we wish that all counties did that.
But Titus, the question that always arises when it comes to matters of donor funding is, yes, the funds are given, yes, there are programs, but do we see these monies actually achieving what was purposed?
Well, if you have to take it, can be individual accountability, because for me in nutrition sector, where the development world is shouldering almost 80% of the programs, I can say that we today would not be in the situation if those funds were not there. 2 million children will not achieve their potential. If those funds were not there, they would be double, triple.
Yes. Now, the other aspect of what I'm saying is, so long as there's donor funding, there are those who also argue that the government has no incentive to actually take over and ensure that this is the burden that they carry. that the overdependence on donor funding simply cripples the government.
And I'm happy you come there, because we have proven to the government that this funding that we are talking of, 70 maybe shouldering, is a paltry. There are many unmet nutrition needs because the donor funds, for example, now they have been diverted to Ukraine and Russia. They are not, some of them have curtailed, reduced their funding coming to our countries because of the crisis. The other time it was crisis, a global one. So even that amount that donors are funding, do you know that it is not achieving a quarter of what we need to address in malnutrition in Kenya, which is why we are now doing what we call, we need domestic resource mobilizing, domestic resources from the country. Ethiopia started that in what they call Sekota Declaration. Invest money from the country also. Let the country put money to solve its problems.
We need to be our own solution.
Build capacity, local capacity, take charge of yourself,
and do everything.
And lead. Yeah.
Titus, thank you very much for joining us and for talking about nutrition. Come again and we keep talking about this nutrition. Titus Mungo is a regional nutrition advocate, works for Nutrition International. He's been here. We'll be talking about the malnutrition crisis in Africa and Kenya. Keep it here for more. Coming up in the next hour, it's 8 a.m.
Up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice
Good morning, this
FM.
is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Interviews to pick a running mate for the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition's flag bearer Raila Odinga continue today. 11 candidates shortlisted for the coveted position that remains a headache for the presidential aspirant will face the selection committee that is sitting at Serena Hotel. The team initially shortlisted 7 candidates only to review the list a day later to include 4 more hopefuls. Those that were interviewed yesterday expressed optimism and satisfaction with the exercise.
For me, I bring in the energy. I am a young person, also the gender, and I'm also from Mount Kenya region, especially Murang'a, where in Mount Kenya we have very huge vote basket. And number 2, I have an advantage of being a young person and also being a woman.
I have ambitions of becoming president, therefore there's an opportunity for running mate Nico Apple. There's a lot of our young people that are looking for an alternative voice. And there can never be a more credible voice for the young people than myself.
This is a first, having interviews for the selection of Deputy President stroke running mate. It was a cordial engagement, and I very much look forward to the outcome and to successful campaigns by the Azimio team.
I will bring in our whole community to the table. And you know, I come from a very big community. Secondly, I will bring the experience.
We will be following up on that specific story and bringing you the latest in our subsequent bulletins. Now, Machakos gubernatorial aspirant Nzioka Waita has vowed to rally the Kamba community together ahead of the 2022 general election. Waita hit out at Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka, saying he had failed to lead the community in the right direction and has now resorted to making demands of zoning Machakos County through the Azimio coalition. Waita, who is also the Chama cha Uzalendo party leader, warned that the demands by Kalonzo will only lead the community into the opposition for the next 10 years. Now, the Registrar of Political Parties, Anderita, said her office has received 3 coalition agreements. The 3 coalitions, Kenya Kwanza, Ukombozi, Wamajimba Coalition and Eagles National Alliance, beat the May 8th deadline to present their agreements. Narrator said her office will evaluate whether the 3 meet their threshold according to the law. Narrator said while the office of the registrar has no mandate to deregister a party within the coalition, those dissatisfied with their coalition agreements are free to exit but within the provisions of a coalition agreement. Already, Pamoja African Alliance Party, led by Kilifi Governor Amason Kingi and Maendeleo Chapchap by Machakos Governor Alfred Mutua, have ditched the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance, while the Power Party leader has not made public his next move. Maendeleo Chapchap leader Alfred Mutua made it so clear. Now, the government has signed a bilateral memorandum of understanding and cooperation in the field of diplomatic training with the Hellenic Republic. Foreign Affairs CS Rachel Omamo said the framework developed through the MOU signifies Kenya's commitment to cooperate in training of diplomatic personnel and exchange of information and publications. The CS spoke after talks with Nikos Dendias, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Hellenic Republic. The two reaffirmed their commitment to further develop this and strengthen cordial relations by concluding negotiations of bilateral instruments in agriculture, tourism, sports, energy, and maritime affairs. Now, a total of 17,948,785 vaccines have been administered across the country as of 8th of May. Health CS Mutai Kagwe says of the vaccines, 16,318,416 doses administered to the adult population of 18 years and above. And with the government keen to vaccinate a targeted population of 27,246,033, 1,974 vaccines were administered in the last 24 hours. These as we are urged to continue being vigilant as we continue to fight against COVID-19. Internationally, and the son of late Philippines dictator Ferdinand Marcos won a landslide presidential election victory yesterday as Filipino voters dismissed warnings his rise could put their fragile democracy at risk. With more than 90% of an initial count concluded, Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. had secured almost 30 million votes, more than double the tally of his nearest rival, Liberal candidate Leni Robredo. That unassailable lead spells another astonishing turnaround for the fortunes of the Marcos clan, who have gone for the presidential palace to pariahs and back again in the space of half a century. In 1986, Marcos Sr. and notoriously kleptocratic First Lady Imelda Marcos were chased into exile by the People Power Revolution. This is News. I'm Dennis Assetto. Good morning.
Few minutes after 8 o'clock, really heavy on the Thika Superhighway today, and so everything coming out right now. And Gong Road really busy. Raila Odinga Way taking off some traffic from Langata Road, which is very heavy as you get to the Timor roundabout. Huru Highway then through from the Nyeri Stadium roundabout out towards the CBD and then into Western. So Thika Superhighway is giving it hot and heavy today. Now well past Tusker Village and going well into Clayworks. Traffic not looking good at all. Kiambu Road, bumper to bumper in both directions. Limuru Road doing the same thing. We have a mirror of that through into the city. Wangari Maathai Road, then connecting with Limuru Road and then coming off into the city is an absolute mess. The CBD packed to the rafters is what we're looking at this morning. Let's keep an eye on things this morning, guys, but it looks like it's going to be a really, really busy Tuesday. Then let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127. Try as much as possible to keep things moving.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room.
7 minutes after 8. Good morning.
Day.
How are you doing? Welcome to the third hour of today's show. It's Tuesday, the 10th day of March 2022. Kenya's biggest conversation continues. We are going to talk about the politics of the Azimio one-party alliance coalition party. Independent.
I think you've got to get the name correct.
It's always confusing.
Yeah.
Azimio la Umoja hyphen One Kenya Alliance Party.
The term alliance does not appear anywhere in the name.
Oh, because I thought it was One Kenya Alliance Party Kwanza.
Oh my goodness.
So it's Azimio la Umoja, my friend, One Kenya.
I know what he's trying to do.
But
he won't succeed.
Okay, before we say hello to Professor Makao Mutua, who joins us now, let's hear the day's proverb.
Yes. Our last program from...
Proverb.
Yeah, that's a program.
Yes. You
A
did.
proverb from, yes, Rwanda. Every crackling hen was an egg once.
Every crackling hen
Yes.
was an egg once.
Yes. Once upon a time.
What about a cock?
Once upon a time, the cockerel was an egg.
Nice.
Once.
Upon a time.
Good.
It made it.
It all starts with an egg.
It all starts
It's the
with
journey
the
of survival. You were not eaten.
So this puzzle of which came first, the chicken or the egg? Egg.
I feel at home already.
Karibu sana, Professor Makao
Asante.
Mutua.
Shukran.
Professor is the founding chair of the Kenya Human Rights Commission, but he's here also because he is in that one we've said, Azimio la Umoja - One Kenya
Stop.
Party.
Can I...
Yes. Please clear the air.
For the record,
Yes.
clear the air.
Yes.
For all and sundry.
Yes.
And especially sundry. Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party.
Oh, coalition. Okay.
There you go. The term alliance does not appear anywhere in the name.
Congratulations, though, Professor. The last time you were here, you were just a supporter of Raila Odinga's presidential campaign. Now you have a position. What are you?
What am I? Oh my!
Did you sign off? I don't know, spokesperson.
Well, I occupy two positions in Mr. Odinga's campaign. I'm the spokesperson of the campaign, but I'm also the head of the campaign's think tank.
Okay. There are very many spokespersons around Raila Odinga. There's a communication secretary in the party, Philip Etale. There's a spokesperson in the party who's a secretary general, Edwin Sifuna. Then you go into Raila's office. There's a spokesperson called Dennis Onyango. Then you come into the presidential campaign. There's Dennis Onsarigo. Then there's Professor Makao Mutua. And everybody is speaking. Who speaks for Raila?
Well, we have many messages to give. First of all, let me say we have many messages to give, but I do speak for the campaign, for the presidential campaign.
Okay.
Yes.
People have said, I mean, looking at the developments of the last 36 hours or so, PA and the leader of PA, the governor of Kilifi County, has said, I'm out of PA, is said to have signed up with the Kenya Kwanza. The leader of Maendeleo Chap Chap, the governor of Machakos, Dr. Alpha Mutua, has left PA, has left...
Chap Chap.
No, has left
Azimio.
this Azimio.
Azimio, yes.
Has joined Kenya Kwanza. And has said, you know what, there's no transparency in Azimio. So some people are already saying Azimio in Azimia. What's the position?
Now, first of all, Eric, why are you recounting or regurgitating these facts with some zeal or some happiness? It's a matter of concern, obviously, for us when people who have joined us want to walk out. But I just want to allay the fears of my fellow Kenyans, and of course this distinguished panel. Distinguished being the key word. That in Azimio we are fine. We have no worries. What you see are simply attempts by various stakeholders within the coalition to find their footing. Let me also say, parenthetically, that there's political parties are anchored in the law and they are governed by particular legal predicates. There's a deed of agreement that formed Azimio. That deed of agreement is not an empty letter. It's anchored in the laws of Kenya, and it's enforceable under the laws of Kenya. Once you join a political party, you subject yourself to its rules and regulations. The question of exiting a political party is not as simple as uttering the words, I exit, or posing for a picture with another party leader somewhere. The deed of agreement provides in black letter law that no political party within the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition political party can exit the political party 6 months prior to the elections and 3 months after the elections. So I think what you're looking at essentially political theatrics without any base in law. And I just want to emphasize that the registrar of political parties herself, Ms. Nderitu, indeed, I think last week wrote to Mr. Dr. Alfred Mutua and Chap Chap, and also to Governor Kingi of PA, stating, again in black and white, that they cannot exit Azimio, and that if they want to exit Azimio, they should follow the procedures of the deed of agreement.
Okay. Two things, Prof, before Ndu comes in. One, you're saying it is there in black and white law that your deed of agreement stipulates no party that has joined can exit 6 months to an election or 3 months after an election.
Yes.
Now, these two parties wrote to the Registrar of Political Parties saying, we have not seen the deed that we signed. Are they aware of the content of this black letter law that you're talking about? Because they have said publicly that they signed the last page, they didn't sign the detail.
Well, I think this would be a colossal admission against interest. If you sign a document and you're a political party is supposed to be a machine with a battery of lawyers, political advisors and other people advising the political party. How can a political party sign an agreement that it has not read? I mean, it's beyond the pale, as far as I'm concerned. I was part of a group of lawyers and advisors who worked with our colleagues in the various political parties that constitute Azimio and their political leaders to put together that agreement. Many months of negotiations, many drafts of discussions. The final product itself was made available to everyone to scrutinize, to interrogate, and to think about, and then to sign. Do not forget also that the agreement was not simply signed by one official in a political party. Several officials, at least 2 officials, appended their signatures to the agreement. And we're not talking about puny officials. By puny, I mean, obviously subordinate. I mean, very senior officials, secretary generals, in some cases the chairs of the political parties. So it's really not believable or credible to anyone with a single brain cell to think that anyone can sign a deed of agreement of a political party on the cusp of perhaps our most important election.
Let's not forget Amazon Kingi is a lawyer.
Yeah. So you've taken the words out of my mouth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, single brain cell notwithstanding, the situation that would warrant or the situation that would catalyze this desire to leave seems to me to be a little bit more crucial than the black letter law. That even if there's something written down, there's a desire to leave, indicating that there's a problem at the center. Is there?
Well, you sound like you took my law classes. I always talk about not just the black letter law, but the context and the crucible in which the law is anchored, because the law does not exist in a vacuum. So clearly, we are looking at the legal provisions, but we are also looking at the surrounding political environment. I think the philosopher to my right, not left. The philosopher to my right will understand that Kenyan political parties often lack an anchor in ideology, and quite a few of them are briefcase political parties, and in which are used by ethnic kingpins to bargain for political power and positions. This is just fact, and I'm not stating something that is a secret. Secondly, we live in a country in which our political elites sometimes tend to act with impunity, more often than not. And where I think they tend to put their own personal interests over the national interest, or they tend to hide behind communities to bargain for their own positions. So with that as background, I think you can understand why some political leaders view the political processes of party formation and coalition building as simply another bargain, for their own positioning. Because quite frankly, it just befuddles me why, for God's sake, anyone would enter into a marriage. And now I'm talking about a real marriage. Enter into an actual marriage between persons. And then 1 month later, you want out. I mean, and you start claiming that you never read the certificate of marriage, or that if you signed a prenuptial agreement, for somehow you signed the prenuptial agreement in a state of stupor. I mean, that is just not credible. I think what we should read into this is that some individuals enter into agreements intending to harvest something, and are not anchored in ideals. Azimio is a political party that is led by Mr. Raila Odinga, who has a history in this country. Last time I was here, I told all of you that Mr. Odinga is running to liberate this country. He's not running to feather his own nest. He's not running to accumulate wealth. He's not running to give people an opportunity to steal. That is not why he's running. And if someone came to Azimio thinking that there's an opportunity to bargain for personal aggrandizement, then they're wrong.
So are you saying that upon realization that this was not going to happen, that is why we see folks fleeing the coup, as it were?
I don't think that you see folks fleeing the coup. I think you see attempts by individuals to bargain. Like I said before, they cannot flee, actually. There's political theatrics.
The coup is locked.
The coup is locked. There's political theatrics. You can flip your wings and so on, but you're in the coup. So I just want to say to you that these are attempts to bargain by Mr. Mutua. If I was Mr. Ruto, to whom Mr. Mutua, or Dr. Mutua rather, purports to have gone, I would think that I was defrauded, because Dr. Mutua defrauded Mr. Ruto by telling him that I've come to you and I brought my party with me. He brought nothing, because he has nothing to bring, because the political party chap belongs to Azimio.
Was there some sense of discomfort between this, among these people who are seeking to leave? Like you said, maybe they came in here expecting something. There were negotiations, obviously there were negotiations. There were negotiations between ODM and Jubilee and the other parties that initially formed Azimio, including DAPK and the others. There were negotiations with those parties and the Azimio parties, KANU, Wiper and the others. There were expectations. It's political. Maybe you played them. You did not give them what you had promised. Just looking at it casually. So look at the Council of Azimio, all right? It is represented. The chair is the leader of Jubilee. It has Wiper in there. It has DAP Kenya in there. It has obviously ODM in there. Where is Chap Chap? Where is PA? They are not a leg. Look at even the executive committee, the body that's right below the Council of Azimio. These parties are not represented. So it's like, everybody else now, Kenya has a more say in Azimio, and Chap Chap are considered, what you said, puny.
Well, I was not referring to Chap Chap as puny, but let me say this. Political parties in a coalition, of course, want to belong. And they want a sense of belonging. But a sense of belonging is about something we call citizenship. Having a stake in a thing, okay, and that stake being recognized, citizenship. The structures have leadership positions, We negotiated, obviously, for various structures within Azimio. There is the council itself, there is a NEC, the National Executive Council, there's a parliamentary group. There are all kinds of institutions within Azimio. And those institutions have leadership positions. We have 26 political parties within Azimio. Okay? Clearly, it is not possible for everyone to belong to the council. And it is not essential that everyone belongs to the council. You have a company here, for example, the KTN network, okay? Not all of you belong to its leadership.
The Standard Group has many shareholders, but not all shareholders are in the board.
Exactly correct. Exactly correct. So what is important is, what is the purpose of this political organ called Azimio? What does it seek to accomplish? What is important is not what position an individual leader holds within Azimio. It is what we are trying to do.
What have they been asking for? What has Dr. Alfred Mutua been asking for in terms of relevance and position and, in Azimio? Similarly, what has Governor Kingi been asking for?
I would think that our brothers and sisters within Azimio are asking for this concept that I talked about, of belonging to the political party, to pursue certain ideals so that come August the 9th, we can win the election. That they are asking for the right to participate in the election in a way in which they can feel that they are making a contribution to the election. That they are participating in the structures of Azimio in such a way that their views are heard, so that we can win the election, so that we can reform this country come August the 9th. And that they can be a part of government. That is what it's about. We are seeking political power, and we want them to be with us.
Professor, do you feel that your colleagues, the two Kenyans whom we've been referring to, share this ideal with you? See, they have one clear distinction and something that makes them the same. They are two-term governors. After being a governor for 2 terms, then what?
Yeah, so then I think you are sort of inching closer to the question that Eric was asking.
Yes.
And I was not evading Eric's question. I just want to say that. I was just coming to him in a roundabout way. But you've kind of hit the nail on the head. Yeah, there are many individuals who want a stake in the next government.
They want a definite stake.
People want a definite stake. They're human beings, and second-term governors have a legitimate, claim. Because if you are a politician and you have no ambition, personal ambition, then you don't know what you're doing. So I don't fault anyone for having a personal ambition, and that's fine. Okay, but first of all, when you go to a hunt, you must first of all make sure that you slay the animal before you can, get your share.
Professor, normally, if you hunted as a young person, I did, the parts that you could claim were determined, you knew. There are certain parts that certain people will get. It's not something you bargained. You probably would make do with the intestines. That is what would come to you, but it's still part of the animal.
Yeah, but the formation of government, as you know, is a kind of a flexible thing. So, for example, I don't imagine that either Governor Kingi or Dr. Mutua would be left out of an Azimio government. I just don't think so. So the question, the question is not whether they would be part of government. Obviously, they'll be part of government. Perhaps the question would be, in what position they'll be part of government. And if you want to serve your country and you are a senior leader like they are, then and you have discussed, your interest in Azimio, which are self-evident. Then why are you worried? Because, let me just say this. It is very difficult for any political movement like Azimio to say that, you, Daktari, will become the Prime Minister. To cast that in stone. It's very difficult to do such a thing.
It is, because the things we are discussing, again, are not in a vacuum. There are certain things in which they are anchored. I mean, political negotiations and everything that goes into it, there's a give and take.
True.
You want something, fine. What do you have? What do you bring to the table?
Yes.
Why do I say this? Many people seek political office not to do any of the things that you've actually mentioned.
Yes.
More so those who've been in power, they do so for protection. You want to ensure you have a political position because you are clearly aware of the misdeeds of your past. And you're afraid that in the absence of a certain power structure that you are assured, your flank will be left wide open.
Yes. Yes. Now, I knew that you would stir the honest nest, and you've done so. Let me say this. Water seeks its own level. Okay? Water seeks its own level. So that, you see birds of a feather flocking together. Okay? You will hardly see birds of different feathers in the same sort of forming a flight formation. Okay? So, we think that political leaders of different hue have come to Azimio. Some of them have lesser commitments to the values that animate Azimio than others. But we are a big tent. Yeah? And our job is to expand that net of Kenyans who believe in those values. Okay. And so therefore, we'd like people to join us. Even some people whose records, public records, may not be what we want. We hope that, by joining us, they can, reform themselves and become, part of this journey of redeeming our country.
And find protection.
Not find protection. Because Mr. Odinga has been very clear, and I think yesterday he was very clear. What did he say? He said, I am going to jail you and throw away the key if you are corrupt. Okay? And I think every Kenyan knows that the penury under which we live, okay, the kind of difficult life that we have, and I'll tell you something. I grew up in Kitui as a young man, born there, went to early school there. And, It took 60 years for the road that connects Kitui Kalundu town to my home, which is barely 1 kilometer away. I'm part of the township, to be tarmacked. Well, what kind of a country is that? That takes 60 years to tarmac 1 kilometer of road. I mean,
it's a progressive country.
Yeah. So I mean, so what I'm saying to you is very simple, is that if we continue to do the same things again, we're going to screw ourselves forever. Okay, we don't want to do that, and we want a leader who's going to say enough is enough. The people of this country have suffered enough. I told the doctor here, sitting to my right again, that Mr. Odinga is running to liberate this country from this penury, from the 3 enemies that he always talks about: disease, poverty, and ignorance. They are simple, And so if people are coming to look for protection within Azimio, under Mr. Odinga's wings, to continue thieving and stealing, okay, and causing all kinds of damage to our economy and to our people, stealing the future of our children, they'll find no succor or support.
Taking a break at this point, 27 minutes to 9, Kenya's biggest conversation. With us in the studio is Professor Makau Mutua. He is a spokesperson of the Raila Odinga presidential campaign and also sits in the think tank of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition political party. I got it right.
You got it
right. Prof, you look sharp. I mean, this is when you walked in, we asked ourselves, what colors are these?
Shades of green.
This is actually, this is what I normally would wear when I'm in the States on St. Patrick's Day. Because once in a while, I was a Catholic. Yeah.
Take a selfie. About it.
And Samsung can help you do that, actually, bringing the selfie game to unbelievable, unprecedented levels, taking your awesome to great levels with the new A series of 33, 53, and 73, capturing the moments, really, because how many times do you get 3 shades of green in one outfit? Absolutely great.
How many St. Patrick's do you have in a year?
And the detail can be captured, right?
4 shades.
Right.
But I think perfectly synchronized.
Absolutely. And Samsung will be able to capture those details succinctly to the pixel.
To the pixel.
That's what we're talking about now, taking your awesome to greater levels with the new A series of 33, 53, and 73.
Keep it right here for more. Let's take a look at the weather and traffic at this time, 24 minutes to 9. Kenya's biggest conversation with Eric Latiff, CT Muga, Okoh, and the 4 shades of green.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
I like listening to you guys. You're the default radio station in my car in the morning. Even the children listen to you guys.
I agree Parliament has failed this country. And I will say it again. We have not done what we should have done.
We know in this country, the Kenya prison sector is one of the most underfunded sector.
The way it is being done and the way we're calling it Huduma Number the Msema Kweli is because all records will be there. You know, there are people who are now billionaires with no history as to how they got all these assets.
Yes. Anything that the president does that is not in accord with the Constitution is an illegal act. You know, he shouldn't be doing it and he shouldn't be sitting here and trying to sort of guise it up.
I totally believe live transmission of results and allowing Kenyans to be able to view all these results. I believe that it will be impossible to steal elections.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning at 19, highs of 26. We'll see lows of 17 today. 17 is what it is in a sunny Nakuru, highs of 26 and lows of 14. It's partly sunny at 20 in Nyeri, highs of 25 and lows of 15, while at 26. Eldoret will see that high. It's currently sunny at 17. Mostly cloudy conditions in Mombasa at 28, highs of 31 and lows of 25, while in Malindi it's raining still at 28, highs of 31. It's 22 and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 29 and lows of 19, while Kakamega is also sunny at 22 with highs of 29 29 and lows of 16. The sun is out in Kampala, highs of 28, and it's sunny in Dar es Salaam as well at 26, highs of 32 and lows of 23. The sun is out in Johannesburg, highs of 20 and lows of 7 today. It's raining now in Lagos at 25, highs of 32 and lows of 25, and it's raining as well in Kinshasa, currently at 23. That'll be today's low, going to highs of 33.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
It continues in most parts of the city today, really seeing this heavy traffic that's along the Thika Superhighway, and it is not letting up for anything. If anything, going deeper and deeper into the belly of ridgeways, traffic coming off of Kiambu Road. I don't know how many lanes we're talking about now, but it's a bit of a nightmare. And those nightmarish proportions also happening on the Thika Superhighway, where we have traffic well into Committee Road, way past Clayworks, and still coming in hot and heavy into the city. Limu Road, we're going into Gigiri, coming out of that whole area, and then coming through into High Ridge, Limuru Road, and into Muranga Road. Really heavy traffic this morning. Traffic hour is giving it completely today. What's going on? Probably that everybody's out Tuesday and not as they were on Monday, but we'll keep an eye on things. Landis Road is really heavy, in and outbound traffic, getting out to the Kamkunji roundabout onto Haile Selassie from both directions of Ngong Road and Kamkunji. Okay, we'll keep an eye on things, guys. Langata Road also still continues to be pretty heavy. Mombasa Road seems to be the star of the city this morning because it's not too bad here. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127. Let's try to keep things moving this morning.
Spice up your life.
"20 minutes to 9. The conversation continues. Eric Latiff, Okoh, CT Muga, and Kitui's finest, Dr. Professor Makao Mutua. Prof. Kitui. So the governor is a leader of a political party.
Yes.
There's a leader of a political party called Wiper, also from Kitui. There's a spokesman of the coalition and the presidential campaign, Professor Makao Mutua. Kitui is doing good things. However, if we look at just the entire Ukambani, there's a lot of, what shall we call this? Drama, disquiet, and all. Discordance. First, Professor Kivuda Kibwana goes out and says there's a talk here by the Azimio party that we're going to start doing zoning. First, I'm completely opposed to that. He's followed by the person who wants to be governor of Machakos, Zioka Waita, who says the same thing. And then there's a whole conversation about whether Kalonzo is in or out, whether he should attend the interviews to be deputy president or not, whether he'll walk out with the entire Kamba community or not. What's happening in Ukambani?
Well, I think you should, first of all, celebrate something called the diversity of opinion. You know?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Okay.
The people of Okambani have many brainwaves.
Okay.
You know, they are individuals who think for themselves, and they've been thinking for themselves. And so we should not take these divergent views as something to really worry about. A democracy is about expressing one's feelings. And I think we should all be very sad if two of us are the same, because then one of us would not be necessary. You know, so I think we first of all begin to celebrate that fact. Secondly, I think we all come from different political traditions. If you look at the individuals that you've talked about, you look at Mr. Musyoka, for example. Mr. Musyoka was a long-serving public official in this country, mostly under KANU, which he left, joined NAC, and then, of course, he joined Kibaki later to become a vice president. He has his own political pedigree, which has mostly been within the status quo. If you look at, Governor Ngilu and Governor Kibwana, you see them being germinated or being forged in the struggle against the KANU dictatorship and in the fight for the second liberation, multipartyism, and so on. So right there, you see two divergent political traditions, right? And then you have Mr. Mutua, who is a late comer,
a beneficiary of all those struggles.
Of all those struggles, and quite frankly, perhaps more of a gadfly than the others. So when you have that kind of bed of roses, you're going to get divergent views, and that's what you've gotten. But let me tell you something. The people of Ukambani are not confused about what they want. And that is what is most important. I think we tend to focus a lot on leaders as opposed to the people. In 2013, the people of Ukambani mostly voted one way, over 80% for Mr. Odinga.
In which election?
2013.
2013.
Yes. In 2017, they did the same thing.
The percentages were lower.
No. Go look at your map.
2017?
In 2017, the actually was over 80% for Kambani, for NASA. Very, very, very high. So the people of Ukambani have twice voted en masse for change in this country, and they have backed Mr. Odinga twice. And as we all know, the Supreme Court nullified one of those elections. The other one, of course, in 2013, we felt that should also have been nullified. But be that as it may, the people have voted for change. And as I've said before, some of the most important leaders of the second liberation come from that region. Dr. Willie Mutunga, the late Nzamba Kitonga, Kivula Kibwana, obviously, Ngilu, and so on. So there is this desire for change among those people.
Sure.
And I think what you are seeing is really a kind of a restiveness about what might how the leaders might lead the population going forward, because they want change.
You said that it's not necessarily what we are seeing now, the little tiffs and the discordance back and forth, not necessarily what the people feel, but it's leaders who are, trying to maybe scuttle a process here or there. But the truth of the matter is that it has encapsulated everybody. And that's what everybody sees at that point. Now, if it's just optics playing out here, the reality then is that folks do feel, and maybe it's an opportunity to put those speculations to rest, but then the speculation is rife that this is just something to take this one Azimio's attention away from what could potentially be a savior when it then does come to voting in August. That this could be sideshows that are actually taking away the attention of what is absolutely necessary.
Yeah, so let me say this. I mean, you make a good point, but let me say this. We do our own polling as well. And there's polling also that's been done by other, organizations, that do regular political polling. I think Mr. Odinga and Azimio are polling very well in Ukambani as we speak, even with these conversations among leaders that we are talking about, the divergent conversations. Okay, polling very well. It is true that there's a certain number of undecided that are higher than we would like to see. But the people in the region have voted twice for a person they know. Okay, it really would be far of anyone's if you will, crystal ball, to think that they are going to vote for someone that they don't know, namely Mr. Ruto. They don't know that guy.
Was it a Kalonzo factor, though, in those last two elections?
No, I don't think it's a Kalonzo factor. I think it is the people have always wanted to vote for change. That part of the country is challenged by some things. As you know very well, there's a challenge of water, there's a challenge of other things that have happened there. People want those things addressed. And they believed and still believe that Mr. Odinga is a person who can address those kinds of challenges. There's a huge potential in the region, but they want a government that can address those issues. There's our pocketbook issues that the people there want addressed. So the other thing I just want to say, because I know you're going to bring it up, is this question of a running mate. Okay? I think that, Mr. Musyoka is a credible possible nominee. Yeah, he served as vice president before. He's a senior Kenyan, and I would say among the people who are being interviewed, is a credible nominee. But there are others who are equally credible. And I should say that our candidate, when he chooses who is going to be his running mate, he's going to look at a multiplicity of factors. You don't become a running mate because you are demanding to be a running mate. That is not how running mates are chosen.
Does his demand have any merit? Because he seems to have been pushing this conversation for the longest time and say, look, first of all, how can you ask me to sit for an interview? Secondly, you essentially chest thumping saying, do you know who I am? And then yesterday making this very bold statement saying, Ruto will win big if Raila snubs me. It's plastered on the front page of the Standard today. He skipped those interview panels and he said, look, you know what? I'm not necessarily going to Ruto. I'm not necessarily going to Kenya Kwanza, but if you don't pay attention to me, he will get all our votes.
First of all, let me say that Mr. Musyoka is appearing before the panel this morning for the interview. So it is not true that he's not going to be interviewed. As we speak, I think
he changed his mind overnight.
Changed his mind overnight?
I don't know whether he changed his mind overnight. I don't read the man's mind. What I can say is that, when people make political statements, sometimes, we should just understand that those as political statements.
It's negotiation.
Yeah, we should not. This is a question of just simply trying to see what will give. Give a push here, give a shove there, see what's going to happen. So I would say that is what politicians do. But exactly about what they would do at the end of the day is an open question. Yeah. So I would not take any one particular statement by any one person as determinative of what is in their minds. What I would say is that people are bargaining. Azimio is a young political party. Okay, it's a young political party.
People are looking for space for where they're going to fit.
People are trying to settle down, and so give them time for their feet to touch the ground.
Prof, there's something that's happening with the conversation around the running mates.
Yes.
It's moved from the personalities to regions, personalities representing regions. There are those that are saying, Mount Kenya, and they look at Peter Kenneth Sabina and Martha Karua. There are those that are saying, Western, they look at Oparanya. There are those that are saying Coast, and they look at Joho. As the senior most leader in Raila's inner circle and the think tank, you're a Kamba. Do you champion for one of your own?
Well, first of all, let me say that you give me more accolades than I deserve. But who am I to reject, flowers and feathers that are bestowed upon me? I don't. I've never seen myself in one dimension. I'm a Kenyan. I'm a global citizen. I have my ethnicity in that part of the country. I champion many causes, but I'm driven primarily by merit and by the values that will make this country great. It is not my job, I don't see it as my job, to champion ethnic causes in this country. I champion Kenyan causes. I don't champion ethnic causes.
Well said, well put.
I never have.
Okay. We'll not push any further from that. I know City wants to ask you this question about the numbers.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You're in the think tank.
Yes.
And you're looking at what everybody is bringing and what is likely to be your winning formula. All right? What does Kalonzo bring to the table? And what does the combination, for example, just bring to the table?
Yeah, like I said before, I want to get away from the discussion about what Kalonzo, or rather, should I say Mr. Musyoka, you call him Kalonzo, I call him Mr. Musyoka, brings to the table. I want to talk about what people as individuals in that part of the country bring to the table. And they bring, around 2 million votes, give or take. both there but also in their own diaspora. I'm not, unconscious of the fact that in this country people tend to vote along ethnic lines. That's also a fact. I will not deny that. And most of the times they tend to follow, the so-called kingpins. But I would say that when we have looked at the voting patterns among the people in that region over the stretch of time, we've seen them vote for largely for their own interests. And so I like to talk about what they bring to the table, not what a leader brings to the table for them. And I said before, the past, in my view, is prologue. They voted for Mr. Odinga twice. There's no reason to think that they will not do it again. The polling shows that they will. Our current polling shows that, even without Mr. Musyoka being named as a running mate. Yeah. The polling shows that, by the way.
The election just before the 2013, they voted for Kalonzo, for Mr. Musyoka, as you call him, in 2007.
I understand that. That election was a very divided election, as you recall. The different kingpins stood.
And which election do we have which isn't divided, Professor?
No, there are many that are divided, but I'm just saying that in that particular election, you had Mr. Odinga running, you had... you had Mr. Kibaki running, and then you had Mr. Kalonzo running, and so he was able to say that I am the one who represents you as the Kamba people. This time around, he will not be running as a presidential candidate, and so he cannot say that I am the one who is going to represent you. They have to look at where their interests will be best protected. Is it in Mr. Ruto's Kenya Kwanza, or is it in Azimio? Because Mr. Musyoka will not be a factor in the election.
So based on that, are people, and we're talking about blocks of people, then moving because there's a regional kingpin per se, or because they're looking for change? Is it necessary to have a kingpin to deliver the vote of a large group of people, or will they come on their own once they sense that the change is there?
It's been, I think it's been, as I think Eric, pointed out, and I think you pointed out many times, it's been a mixture of both, from time to time. I like to say, and this is not really a controversial point, that the era of the kingpin in Kenyan politics is about to end. Right now in central Kenya, I don't think that post-Kenyatta, you're going to see a kingpin in a traditional sense. I think if there's a person who might emerge in that region as, as kind of a spokesperson for the group, popularly known as Gema, it would be Martha Karua. I think she appears to be the one who has the legs to do it. But I don't think she'll be a traditional kingpin in that sense. In Okambani, I think that, Mr. Musyoka's sort of position has been contested, as you've seen, by others. In a post-Odinga period in Nyanza, I don't see a kingpin there. I just don't. So I think that perhaps the only place where there will be a kingpin in this country is going to be in the Kalenjin Rift Valley with Mr. Ruto. But kingpins only make sense if there are many of them. You cannot be a kingpin by yourself in one group because you need other kingpins to negotiate with. So that his kinship will be a nullity. It will be a political nullity. And that's a good thing for the country. Yeah, where there are no kingpins, where people then will be able to decide, if not for themselves.
Final question, City. Ask it.
We always talk about numbers being the fundamental point at which political decisions are arrived at. Numbers at the ballot, numbers in parliament.
Yes. You are looking at me.
Yes, I'm asking the question now.
Yes.
I have something like 10 seconds to ask the question, and you have 10 seconds to respond.
To answer. Yeah.
Central Kenya, numbers, iffy, if we go by the nominations we saw. Ukambani, historically, numbers in parliament have always been predominant. These are facts that were brought to my attention this morning by my brother here, Eric Latiff.
Yeah, he's a disruptor, this one.
Yes. So how does that play when it comes to decision making as to who should have what in Azimio?
I think I should have mentioned earlier to your earlier questions, but yours more so, that when you bargain for a piece of the animal at the end of the line, the question is always being asked, what do you bring to the table?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's why we like to think about government after the elections. What do different people bring to the table? So that we know exactly what their political worth is. I should say that what we want to do is to get numbers in parliament and to get large numbers so that we can govern once we are elected. That's very, very important. The pudding, or the kind of the proof of the pudding will be in the eating, really, and that will be determined by the numbers. In Mount Kenya, for example, I should say this, in the Mount Kenya region, I think the issue of the running mate will perhaps become very important, as many people have themselves prophesied on this question. I'm not the first one to prophesy this. My sister here just did it. So that's very important. So I'd say stay tuned.
Professor, thank you very much for joining us. And we'll keep seeking your brain, because you're in the think tank. And you come in here, you give us leakage of what's happening on that side.
Did I leak anything?
Well,
a lot. Professor Makao Mutua, spokesperson for the Raila Odinga presidential campaign and also in the think tank of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition political party, here to tell us exactly what's happening in the party, what their thinking is, and the ups and downs that we see in the news. Asante sana for joining us. Come again soon.
Thank you so much. Such a distinguished panel of interrogators.
Asante. Keep it here for more conversations. We've been live on KTN Home, The Conversations. Skip over onto SpiceFM and YouTube and Facebook. It's now 9 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4.
This is Newswire. Dennis Oseto. Gatundu South MP Moses Kuria has filed a lawsuit against the deadline for the presidential and governor candidates to submit the names of their running mates by the 16th of this month. Kuria argues that imposing the deadline on candidates is a deprivation of rights, given that Article 180 Section 6 of the Constitution did not specify the deadline. He also challenged the IEBC's decision that any official who did not resign 6 months before the election could not be nominated as a candidate. Yesterday, IEBC Commissioner Abdi Guliye said that any officer who did not resign by February 9th to comply with the requirement to resign 6 months before the election cannot be a running mate.
One ought to have resigned if they intend to be in politics, and if they're holding a public office, they should have resigned.
This makes it difficult for Agriculture CS Peter Munya and Murang'a Women Representative Sabina Shaga's ambitions to become Raila Odinga's running mate in the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya party. Now, the government has maintained that learners transitioning to junior secondary schools under the competency-based curriculum will study in existing secondary and not primary schools. A deputy director in the State Department for the Implementation of Curriculum Reforms, Ruth Mugambi, who is a technical advisor, said that learners who will join grade 7 next year, when the pioneer class of the new CBC system move to junior secondary school, will be taught by secondary school teachers. She was speaking during the third national update on the implementation of the CBC during the seminar Spokes online engagement with the members of the public session. Now, CPA James Katule is the new Chief Executive Officer and Commission Secretary of the Commission on Revenue Allocation after being sworn in by Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court, Martha Koome. The swearing-in ceremony that was to take place at the Supreme Court building on April 20th was postponed to yesterday. In the next 5 years, Katule will focus on executing the CRA mandate, which is implementing the third basis for revenue sharing among the county governments, which was approved by Parliament in 2020 to be used for financial years 2020-2021 to 2024-2025. He will also coordinate the development of recommendations on sharing of revenue between national and county government, developing a marginalization policy, building county government capacity to raise their revenues, and other key assignments. Now, over 10,000 motorists have registered to use the Nairobi Expressway ahead of its launch on Saturday, where it will be open for public use. Motorists have either the option of registering to use a manual payment system or install an automatic payment system, which will allow them to go through tolling stations faster. During an inspection tour of the 27 kilometers expressway, Parliament's Transport Committee said they were satisfied by the works done on the expressway ahead of the Saturday launch. Now, the need to secure new sources of metals for the energy transition amid sanctions on top producer Russia has increased the Africa risk appetite for major miners who have few alternatives to the resource-rich continent. Companies and investors are considering projects they may have previously overlooked, while governments are also looking to Africa, anxious to ensure their countries can procure enough metals to feed an accelerating net zero push. This year's Investing in African Mining in Durban conference will see the highest ranking U.S. government official in years attending. This is according to organizers as well as representatives from the Japan Oil, Gas and Metal Corporation, in a sign of rich countries' rising concern about securing supply. Now, thousands of Cypriots living on British military land have the right to develop their properties under a deal to take effect next week, ending decades of unequal treatment. Under the 1960 treaty granting Cyprus independence from Britain, the United Kingdom retained control of two sovereign base areas covering the 3% of the island's land area. These include not only the bases themselves but Cypriot communities home to around 12,000 people, more than the number of British military personnel and their families. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
Continues in most parts of the city this morning. We're looking at traffic on Gong Road leading out into the city. It's going to connect to the madness that's happening on Haile Selassie that's feeding off of Kamkunji, Uhuru Highway, then from the Nyeri Stadium roundabout out into the city through to Westlands, coming off Moranga Road, which feeds off the Thika Superhighway, which has not let up even at a few minutes after 9 o'clock. Still really heavy on the Thika Superhighway today. Ednah, what is going on Thika Road? Question. Kiambu Road as well, in and outbound traffic. We're looking at it happening on Limuru Road as well. Really heavy this morning. Looks like we're going to get out of traffic hour really late today. Let's try and keep our wits about, guys. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room.
6 minutes after 9. Good morning, the 10th day of March 2022. Do not forget, we are not crossing over into April or May until, things happen. Until we are officially launched by cutting the ribbon and being told, fellow Kenyans, we are now past the first quarter of 2022. And we know this by when the president shall announce that power bills have come down by 15%, when the president shall launch the expressway and also open that section of the expanded road between the Kitengela Junction and the Machakos Junction and ABC Place to Rironi. Mm-hmm. I was telling you, people have been complaining about that Rironi section. I've told you, that thing has been a road under construction forever.
There are children who I think believe that's how roads are constructed, that's how they are. Because that road was there When they were born, it is still there.
And they are now in Standard 1.
Yes.
And it is the same, or grade 1.
Yeah.
And it's the same.
Same road.
People don't know. The people in Kangemi who you tell that there used to be an overpass, they're like,
overpass going where?
Crossing from one side to one side. Now they only know a ditch. But that road will be launched soon. Before the end of Q1 2022.
Which is the end of March.
March. We have been talking about Azimio politics. Now we want to talk about Kenya Kwanza politics. And we have Bishop Margaret Wanjiru. Before we welcome her into the show, let's hear the day's proverb from CT Muga.
Yes, our last proverb from Rwanda. Every crackling hen was an egg once.
Every crackling hen was an egg once. Bishop Margaret Wanjiru, please say that. Every crackling hen.
Every crackling hen was an egg once.
What do you understand by that proverb?
I understand
what are the Rwandese saying?
That it's a reality and life is a process. Started from the egg before you became the hen.
In the beginning.
In the beginning.
What you are now is not necessarily what you were before.
And what you are now may not necessarily what you're going to be in the future.
No.
Yes, but you had a beginning.
You
went through the process to get to where you are now.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation, Bishop.
Thank you.
It's good to have you in the Situation Room. We call that the hot seat.
Thank you. Oh, this one.
Yes.
Very comfortable.
Very good.
Yeah.
We like having all our seats comfortable, especially the hot seat.
Before they
so
get
that our
hot.
guest just feels, easily welcomed into the show.
Thank you.
Bishop, you're aspiring to be the next senator of Nairobi City County.
Yes.
On a UDA ticket.
Yes.
Initially, you wanted to be governor.
Yes.
And it's not the first time that you've expressed a desire to govern Nairobi City County.
Yes.
Then conversations happened, and you emerged and said it was announced that you were going for Senate. Give us the details of the conversation that took place there. I mean, it was negotiated democracy, or was it coercion, or were you told, listen, Mama, wewe enda Senate, wacha huyu mwingine aende. What was it?
I have a vision for Nairobi County, a great vision, a vision for Nairobi Mpya, not necessarily recreating the whole county, but redeveloping the whole county. We have a very beautiful county, but very badly managed. And any good manager looking at things has always an idea of how things can be done better. And that is me. So I've carried this vision for a couple of years. But I've learned over the years that Nairobi attracts more attention than just us who are visionary about Nairobi. Nairobi attracts top leadership that have their own ideas how Nairobi should run. So when you come up with a vision and you sell the vision to the party leaders, and I must say I really appreciate His Excellency William Ruto. He bought into my vision for Nairobi County. And he said, yes, this is what we should be doing in Nairobi. And we did very well and pushed forward. And when there was supposed to be a by-election in Nairobi, we were winning. But again, there are those who don't think Nairobi should be run the way we think. So they think this way and we think the other way. So whatever happened, happened, and that's how NMS came to be. And thereafter, we decided, no, we won't stop our campaigns, and we continued because my interest and my vision for Nairobi was still alive and is still alive. So what happened thereafter is that now we came to the coalition. The coalition challenges are many because the coalition partners come not necessarily with demands, but also with their interests.
And expectations.
So negotiations are done, and they are done away from where we are. So we never even know who said what, who wanted what, who agreed on what. But we know that negotiations have been done, and it has been agreed Nairobi County will be put under one of the partners. So where does that leave Bishop Margaret Wanjiru? It's either she's nowhere or we find an alternative. And the closest alternative, so that we don't lose this vision for Nairobi County, and so that I still have my hand and sort of like oversight authority over Nairobi County, the closest was Senate.
And are you all right with that decision? being made in the manner in which it was made?
I wouldn't say that the manner was good. Definitely, the manner was not good. But I can tell you that life is not always comfortable. Things are said, even when you go for job interviews, you are not there to sit down with the panel when they are perusing through every person they interviewed and they are saying whatever they are saying about you. It might not be the best scenario. But I must say that after the decision was made and now we had to come to the reality that Johnson Sakaja goes for governor, I go for Senate. And like many people always ask, why didn't one of you go for governor, the other one the deputy? I mean, that way it would have worked out better. You reach a place, once you have submitted to a party, you reach a place whereas you also allow your party leaders to make some decisions. It's just like any other organization. So here I am going for Senate, and my vision is alive. I've looked at the role of the Senate, and I realize I'll actually probably even do better. We will get Nairobi changed and transformed.
You'll have more impact.
I will have more impact because you cannot, as a senator, you are in charge of pushing and making sure that the revenue collection, the resources go to the county. Now, you cannot oversight the budget, make sure that they have the budget, their budget is met, and you don't know how it is spent. No, you'll have a way to get it sure that it's spent. Then we as a party, we as Kenya Kwanza, we have a manifesto. Once it is developed and it is out there in the public, you will see that the vision, like for example, we said in Nairobi we'll build 20 markets. That remains, regardless of who is governor, regardless of who is senator. That is the vision of the party, and this is the vision of the coalition. So everybody within that coalition has got to work towards the development and the implementation of that manifesto. And that is where teamwork comes in.
Bishop, you talk about coalition, and
Yes.
that the conversation happened amongst the coalition partners. Are you in UDA?
Yes, I'm in UDA.
Millicent Omanga is in UDA.
Yes, she is.
Johnson Sakaja is in UDA.
Yes, now he's in UDA, yes.
So where are the coalition partners and divvying up the positions? I mean, it appears like everything has gone to UDA.
Initially, and Sakaja himself says the same, that when he was on his way transiting out of Jubilee, he had to sort of like sit under the umbrella of Musalia Mudavadi. Now, whether he officially entered ANC or not, it doesn't matter. You are with a principle, you are with a principle. And so through Musalia, he came through to UDA, to Kenya Kwanza, and here we are. And we have to look at those realities and allow whatever needs to change. We were in a, what I would call catch-22. Catch-22, whereas you would think like the king in the Bible, who was faced with the challenge of having two harlots. The Bible calls them harlots, but they are two women. Two harlots, and they come with the two babies. And the one is dead and one is alive. And the ladies are saying, this mother overlaid, meaning that when she was sleeping, she didn't sleep properly. So she overlaid. She slept on the baby and the baby died. But now this mother claims the living baby is her baby. And they argued and argued and argued. And the king said, give me the sword. So they called for the sword. And the king said, keep the living baby here. I want to cut the baby. And before the king cut the baby, the real mother said, Mr. King, don't kill that child. Let's do this. This mother, even though, this mother may not take care of this baby the way I want, but let her go with the baby. Meaning that as long as this baby is alive, I will find a way. Like the Moses of the old, there was a way that God played it, that Miriam still took care of Moses. It is not that Moses was left to die. Miriam still ended up taking care of Moses. God has a way of making things play out the way it should, regardless of positions. To cut a long story short, so the baby was not killed, and the baby was eventually returned to the real mother. So let's leave some of these things to God to play them out by himself.
Okay.
Things will work out in Nairobi. Beautiful.
So you talk about teamwork and you talk about compromise, and obviously the bishop has come out. And so then you have to ask the question, you've just said leave things with God. Where does politics play, and where does now your belief play in terms of now God allowing things to be Can compromises then be made where the things of God are concerned as far as
No, you can't compromise the things of God, but there is always give and take. Even in spiritual matters, common sense must prevail. You cannot say you're spiritual and so let's do things the bad way or let's keep on fighting. No, you must come to a place where you say, what are we fighting about? What can I give? What can you give? There's always give and take. And that is actually what happened in this case. Where does my spirituality meet the politics? Proverbs 29:2. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. Which also means when the wicked are in authority, the people mourn. So for me, it is very important to have godly, righteous people in authority. And especially a people that can mix the realities, the democracy, the development, the needs of the people versus their spirituality. If one can balance that, like I have done, I mean, that's what I've done all my life, it works out very well.
I guess the challenge comes in the balancing. Because there are those who look and say, all right, so this person is so religious that everything they talk about is just Bible, 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 Bible. Yet the situation, vitu kwa ground, ni different. How do you balance between that? How do you balance between these are the needs? This is, now you're getting into a political campaign.
Yes.
They have said, politics is a dirty game.
Yes.
They have said, politics is, you have got to be conniving in some instances.
Crafty and lying.
Yes.
No,
how do you balance between that, the reality of politics,
yes,
and your religious side?
First things first, God is love. I love God. He loves me. If I love God, I love his people. When you love people, you don't hurt the people you love. You don't steal from the people you love. You don't destroy the people you love. And you cannot lie to the people you love. Secondly, God is transparent. He is honest. And God himself, you can hold him accountable. Therefore, God can equally hold you accountable. The same comes down here on earth. People can hold us accountable as much as we also can hold them accountable. That accountability aspect and being transparent and offering servant leadership is very important to me as a Christian or for any religious person. It's not just about Christianity, by the way. I work very closely with Muslims. They are probably, together with my Christian clergy, the Muslim imams are probably the other lot that really, really supports me. But why? Because of my morals, because of honesty, because of integrity, because of transparency, and because we can sit and plan and implement together. If you have servant leadership, there is no problem mixing or even balancing the Christianity or whatever religion you are in with the politics. The problem is when you have no conscience and you are there and you are wicked mentally, spiritually, in every way. You see big money and you are thinking about how you will steal it. You see people suffering and it doesn't touch your conscience. You don't even care about them. Now that is wrong. But when you know that God has loved you and you have loved God, and in return, you will love his people. And again, you don't hurt, you don't destroy those whom you love.
Bishop, there's speculation, and this seems my favorite word the past few days, but folks often say that people fall on or rest on the ropes of religion when it seems as if other things may not have worked out. That we pray or we call on God or we proclaim certain things, either to whip up emotions amongst the people, because Karl Marx was onto something when he said religion is the opium of the people. There's something that gets you on a high temporarily when you hear these things. It infuses hope. It injects some kind of confidence. So politicians have been accused many times of using that drug on people to get their agenda moving. What do you have to say about that?
Let us separate religion as religion from salvation. Being born again and serving God. Those are two different things. A religious person can even pretend, but a born-again believer can never pretend. Apart from you being the human, Bishop Margaret Wanjiru, there is the spiritual, Bishop Margaret Wanjiru, who is filled of the Spirit of God. And the Spirit of God is not a liar. The Spirit of God will not whip emotions of people for nothing. The Bible says in John 8, you shall know the truth and the truth shall set you free. Who is it that can communicate truth to the masses better than a believer? Better than this one who is truly born again? So, yes, I agree with you. There are those who use religion for their own benefits. They will do the wrong things. They will even come and form cults and occults. They will actually do funny things until you wonder how a normal human being was subjected to such things. But a true believer, born again, washed by the blood of Jesus, somebody who knows about the love of God, will not do some of those things that wicked people do.
So who do you speak for? Do you speak for the agenda of the politics that you're currently, ring fencing, or whose agenda then is being carried out here? And does it have a place in politics?
Yes, the main agenda here is God. And God has a place in politics because God is the creator and God is, let me say, the owner of all these people. And so God raises up good leaders for the sake of the people. Always when there is a problem, like you say, when the people have been whipped and they have gone and they have found themselves trapped in a situation whereas, okay, we took this direction, but now we are in trouble. What will happen? God will raise up a deliverer. God has never forsaken his people. He will always raise up a deliverer. And let me add this. Even when there are situations like now, we are going to see the next probably 2-3 months, there are going to be euphorias, political euphorias. But even in the midst of political euphorias, God will always have a remnant. A people that can think soberly, a people that can look at what do we want to achieve with these next elections. Yes, we are going to vote, but what and who are we voting for? What is the character of these leaders that are coming to us for our votes? So even in the midst of euphoria, there will still be sober people that are thinking soberly and that want to see the right thing happen.
Bishop.
Yes.
Thank you. For a moment there, I actually forgot I was in the studio.
You are almost getting converted.
Now I was listening and saying, "Now this is a good."
You
sermon.
were in jail.
No,
This is a good sermon.
I said, "This is a delightful sermon, very appropriate." Now, you've been in politics for a while now.
Yes.
You were born in this city. You know this city
inside out.
You know the people.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about your track record as a political leader.
Very good. I love that. I started my politics by looking at the needs of the people. I was in a situation whereas, there are these fires that come up in Nairobi and then it's like seasonal. So this village is burning, that slum is burning, that market is burning. And I have a project called Good Samaritan Project. So through the Good Samaritan Project, I would be there taking people to hospital, paying their bills, supplying food, supplying blankets. And then I found myself asking myself, what happens to these politicians who we elect? Where are they? These slums are burning. You don't even meet them there at the ground. You're supplying blankets. You don't even hear they brought food or they did anything. So I started questioning myself politically. And then I realized we have a big gap here. And I started talking to people and asking them, what kind of leaders would you like to see taking political leadership? And many people gave me the answer. And I realized I would suit that place very well. So in the midst of prayer and interacting with the people, I developed a vision. By then, I limited myself within Starehe constituency. So it was called Starehe Success Story. And truly, Starehe's success story became a success story. Within Starehe's success story, we were determined that children will not stay at home without going to school. That one way or another, between me as their leader and the parents, will find a way of driving those children to school. We'll pay the fees, we'll raise the money, one way or another they'll go to school. We also agreed that we are going to open up the small roads within the slums so that we are able to mitigate these fire issues within the slums. By the time I was becoming MP of Starehe constituency, the largest Starehe, which is now 2 constituencies, it is Mathare and Starehe, there was no water in the slums. There was no water in the market. We had such a big water problem that immediately I became MP, I had to figure out how people will get water. Now, the slums, you cannot take water into every house. So what I did is that I was also the assistant minister in the Ministry of Housing, is that we got into building projects within the slums. You do a sanitation block there, you supply the bathrooms, everything that is needed, the entire complete sanitation block, water points, and shopping, some kind of shopping area. You do a whole project within one. And people were really, really blessed. By then also, again, there was no electricity. So work with KPLC and the managers, then the director then, and make sure that people get electricity even in the slums. Then we were faced with the other challenge. So now people are happy. But what do we do for the economic empowerment? As you know, jobs in this country are a story. So get as many jobs as we can. But how many people can you fit into these offices? Just a handful. So I decided I'm going to run capacity building for the people and help them to become entrepreneurs. Start a small business, do your business, and raise up from there. Then we were faced with the next challenge. Okay, they have gone through the capacity building, the training has been done, I can supply the capital, but where do they put their business? So that is how I was among the very first leaders in this county to start what we call modern markets. Build a small market, but a neat one, a nice one. It can be closed, it can be opened, it's safe, and build those modern markets for people to run their businesses. And that's what I did. I'm very proud because nowadays I go someplace and they tell me, hey, madhe, unaona nilipatia hii duka, because after building them, I didn't sell them. I gave them for free. I give you your card, I give you your keys, you have your money for stock, run your business. So today I go, I meet them there. They greet me, sometimes they give me food, and they remind me where we have come
So
from.
whose markets are they? Are they for the county, for the national government, or private individual?
Eventually, after you build them, you'll have to hand them over to the county because the county is the one that supplies that card, that small card that is called ownership, the card that somebody will have to hold that this is my market. Now, I was raised up in Westlands. My mother was working for the Wazungus in Westlands. She was a domestic worker. So raised up in that environment, the only market we knew when we were young was Westlands Market. But by then, what was happening those many years is that people used to own what they called a stone. A stone is just like a small block. A small block, a small block, a small block. But the beauty of it, this small block that people owned, a mother, when she grows old, can pass it on to her children. So there is this family that we grew up shopping from them. And when we went to school, the daughters of that mama went with us to school. So when we finished school, I realized the girls we were with in school inherited the business that belonged to their mother. Then now, I'm the MP for Starehe and I'm asking myself, why don't we see these markets anymore? Why can't we create an environment whereas even if one parent has to retire, they have something to leave behind for their children who want to remain in Nairobi. And even if they don't get jobs, they can do business, sell whatever they will sell and make a living. And I must say, I did a good job when it comes to building markets, and I did a good job.
If you may say so yourself.
So yes,
with all
I
humility.
thank God. Yes, with all humility,
Toot your
I thank
horn.
God. Yes, I thank God.
Let's take a break at this point. It's 9:30. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. Bishop Wanjiru is a former member of parliament, a former assistant minister, now wants to be the next senator of Nairobi City County under UDA. She's here. We are talking about the role or the division between religion and politics. Is it a political religion? Is it a religious politics? What is it? And how do you balance those two? Bishop, you're looking very, very good.
Oh, thank you.
You're smart.
Even without makeup. Oh, thank
You mean you don't have makeup?
No,
Wow.
I haven't put it. Today I said I'm not putting up any makeup. I don't like makeup every day, so I put one or then I get tired of it. I leave it. I'm like that. I like being natural.
Who would know? Who would know? Yeah. Bishop, there's a phone. It's called a Samsung. The new Samsung A series, A33, A53, A73. For you, because you're Bishop and you're gunning for the seat of Senator of Nairobi City County, A73 is best for you. The front camera is a very good selfie camera, and Ndu will tell you what it does. Take selfie. You're saying, I don't know, you exactly the way you look is how the photo comes out.
Pinpoint your natural beauty to the pore.
Serious?
To the pore. I'm telling you, it will find it out
And it
for
is
you.
A what?
A73. It's the new A
A73.
series.
Yeah.
And it gets everything to the detail. You're taking that game to the next level, and it becomes absolutely awesome using the A series 73, 53, or 33.
And we are giving away some hampers as well. We're posting on social media. Our social media manager, Nyambura, is asking you the question, why do you love your Samsung phone? If you can just log on to Facebook and Twitter, you comment and you get a chance to win a beautiful hamper from Samsung this morning. Let's take a break. 28 minutes to 10. We'll be back shortly after we take a look at the weather and traffic.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person. Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
The group of leaders we are having now, Kenyans, listen, the chemical composition is the same. You will mold them to ODM, then NASA, you mold them to Kano, mold them to Jubilee, mold them to any other different color sometimes, but the chemical composition is the same.
It's not about me as Nurdin Haji, but it's about the constitution that I swore to protect. So when individuals attempt to hoard those powers and they want to be investigators and also prosecutors, then of course I have to defend that position because that position is in the constitution and that's what Kenyans wanted.
I'll tell you what happens is that when you ignore court orders, you're creating and quoting anarchy. Then you create a very dangerous precedent.
A story is told of the first president of the country who also went to visit Madare, presidential tour. And of course,
19 degrees and there's a bit of a drizzle in the city this morning. We'll see highs of 26 and lows of 17. 19 and sunny in Nakuru, highs of 26 and lows of 14. We'll see lows of 15 in a rainy Nyeri now at 19, going to highs of 25. We'll see highs of 26 in Eldoret, where it's currently sunny at 20. Mostly cloudy conditions in Mombasa now. The sun beneath those clouds, highs of 32 and lows of 25. And it's also mostly cloudy in Malindi, highs of 31 and lows of 26. The sun is out in Kisumu still at 24, highs of 29. We'll see highs of 29 as well. Mirroring that weather in Kisumu is Kakamega at 24. Mostly sunny conditions at 24 in Kampala, highs of 28 and lows of 20. And it's sunny in Dar es Salaam at 27, highs of 32. Sunny conditions at 13 in Johannesburg, highs of 20. We'll see highs of 32 in a rainy Lagos at 25. Rain showers also coming down in Kinshasa at 24 with highs of 33. There's a haze over Beijing at 15, highs of 20 and lows of 11 going into evening. It's 16 degrees in Paris and raining at 27. That'll be the high, lows of 13. It's also raining in London at 26 with highs of 21 and lows of 13. Clear skies, however, in New York, the Big Apple coming into Tuesday, we'll see highs of 22 and lows of 10. The traffic still continues on Thika Superhighway this morning, still heavy. We're seeing it just past the Allsops Junction. It's taken some time to get to that. Whatever caused that problem this morning, we're not quite sure. But traffic hour will be over soon, but looks like that will last for some time. Coming out of Western, still some traffic. And we're seeing Huru Highway, then getting into the city with the most traffic for now. Wilson at Langata Road, much better. And Ngong Road also doing much better now. Industrial area. Just the dregs of traffic lasting for now. We'll take a look through the morning. Let us know what happens where you are. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Business news with SpiceFM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. Nairobi satellite towns regarded in some quarters as the working class bedrooms have continued to lead the recovery in property prices, according to the House Land and Property Index, which highlights advertised selling prices and rentals. House prices in Ngong recorded the biggest price jump between January and March this year at 6%. Other satellite towns with notable house price gains include Rongatarungai, Kitengela and Kiserian. The Capital Markets Authority has cleared the way for beleaguered infrastructure investment firm Trend Century to raise 4.6 billion shillings through a shareholder rights issue. The approval will see the company shareholders take 5 new shares for every 1 share held as approved in its last shareholder meeting. Proceeds from the issue are expected to bolster the firm's turnaround activities, including unlocking new working capital, recapitalizing the business, and reducing debt. Unskilled employees in the agricultural sector earn the lowest wages in the country, with their basic minimum wage capped at 6,736. This is according to data from the 2022 Economic Survey, which tracks gazetted monthly minimum wages by the Ministry of Labour. Herdsmen and watchmen minimum wages are meanwhile capped at 7,779 shillings, while house servants and cooks earn a mean of 7,585 shillings. Proposal to increase tax on motorcycles is likely to take centre stage as members of Parliament debate the Finance Bill 2022. National Treasury Cabinet Secretary Kuriatani proposed to increase excise duty charged on an imported motorcycle by 10% to 13,403 shillings from 12,185 shillings. Over 1.2 million border operators are required to take insurance covers for pillions in the face of rising number of motorbike accidents. For Spice Business, I'm Dennis Asset.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM,
It's
Nairobi.
22 minutes to 10. Kenya's biggest conversation. Eric Latiff, Okoh, CT Muga, and our guest this hour today is Bishop Wanjiru. Wants to be the next senator of Nairobi City County, has been a member of parliament, has been an assistant minister. So when it comes to issues of legislation, representation and oversight, you understand very well. You said at the very beginning that in fact you look back and you think this was actually a better decision at this particular point for you to go to the Senate as opposed to being in the executive of the city county. In those 3 things, representation, oversight, and legislation, why do you think a Senate is as important as you put it?
Having been an MP and having seen how resources are used, I think, and I'm yet to qualify my statement, but I believe this is true. I think Kenyans, even after devolution, we have not fully implemented the role of the senator. The day we will fully implement that oversight, that is when corruption will end in counties. Again, as I said earlier, you can't be the one pushing for resources, looking at the relationship between the national government and the county government and making sure that the resources get to the county government, then you fold your hands. No. Look at even your own home. You can't be the one who brings all the income, put it on the table, and then mununue chakula, do what you're doing, then you leave it at that. No. You must call everybody to accountability. And that, to me, is a role I will play well. That did we say we are building 20 markets for the people. So now, so far we have done 2 or 3. So this was the budget. How much have we spent? As we oversight, we must also offer ourselves to make sure that the resources have been spent and spent well and that we stick to our goals. If we don't do that, we are going to, 5 years is very short. We are going to finish the 5 years and then start asking ourselves, why didn't we do what we promised? Simply because nobody was holding the county government accountable. So in my oversight role, rest assured, the county government will have to deliver.
But there's double, or we could even say triple oversight in the county.
Yes.
The most immediate oversight is being offered by the county assembly.
Yes.
Which is the one that looks at the executive's plans and budgets and approves the budgets.
Yes.
And approves the programs and the CIDPs of the executive. At county level, at the Senate rather, you are looking at reports that have come to you from either the Auditor General, the Controller of Budget, and you're looking and saying, all right, so this passed before the county assembly, now it has come to the Senate, and you're only asking those top-level questions. How will you implement those?
The county revenue bill is under the control of the Senate. So the Senate is the implementer of the county revenue bill. The Senate will have to hold accountable the people doing the job. It's a good example of if you go to the government ministries, you have a PS, then you have a cabinet secretary. The cabinet secretary is the governor. The PS is like the senator. There has to be that accountability. If there is no accountability, then how do you say as a senator, we did well in Nairobi County, while practically speaking at the grassroots, you cannot see any work that was done with the money, that the revenue that came through, and yet you are in charge of the county revenue bill. You must be able to trace, this is the much that came in, and this is the much that was spent. Otherwise, we end up with the same stories that all the money that came into the counties was spent for paying workers, buying tea and newspapers and ABCD, nothing against
and
your
benchmarking
newspapers.
trips.
And financing trips, 1, 2, 3. So for me, I think that oversight role is much more than just sitting at the Senate and calling different agencies and asking them questions. You really must be involved in what is happening in the county.
You know, there are those who are clear of the view that being a born-again Christian and being a politician is like water and oil.
They are very wrong.
The two cannot mix. And then there are also those who added and said that, you know, even when a Christian has the best of intentions, they said bad company corrupts good morals.
Good morals.
Yes, and there is no place that exemplifies it more than Parliament, because there, the examples that we have, God Almighty, indeed.
But also, the Bible says, work out your salvation with fear and trembling. I was in Parliament, a very active member, and in the midst of very interesting people. And and I must say that a few of us, not me alone, but a few of us that stand for what is right and who are what I would call strong Christians or strong religious people, we were not compromised. We were not compromised at all.
Humanly speaking.
Yes.
When these conversations are being had or when these proclamations are being made, somewhere inside of you, do you think that people ought to believe you or that people ought to go along with what you're saying because of your belief and practice of Christianity?
Apparently, everyone, even us in this room, whatever you do in relationship with other people, you look for somebody you can trust. Whatever manner of relationship, trust must come into play. Can I trust this person? If you can't trust them, then you can't even get involved in whatever manner of relationship.
Sure.
So what am I saying? The voter down there, the people that we talk to, even the people that I preach to, number one, for them to listen to me, they must trust me. When it comes to them now voting for me, or even let me take it now to the church, them getting saved and I take them to my church and they become my church members, the element of trust is still there. If you can't trust, first of all, I spoke about love, now I say trust. If you loved them, they loved you back. They trust you, you trust them. Believe you me, it's a perfect relationship to work with. And that way, you're going to develop people without looking at their tribe, without looking at their status, without looking at even their age. You're going to look at the potential in a human being and develop that person at the place where you met them and at the level where you trusted each other. And you are able to uplift their standards.
So then, is it still then, Bishop, is it the currency that is then used to trade for their agreements to listen to you?
No, it's not currency. You know, currency. You're talking as if it's a conduit. Well, no, it's not a conduit.
It's money today. It's religion tomorrow.
No.
It's something else that can
trust
be used
is
as a
important.
conduit.
Trust is important. But also remember that once trust is broken, then there is a different story there. Why do I feel comfortable in Nairobi? Why do I know that Nairobians love me and I love them and we trust each other? Is because when I was MP, the work that I did proved that I'm trustworthy. I would never want to break that trust. And that is why even the county government, whatever we promised people, we stood at the podium, we were asking for votes, we said we will do ABCD. As long as Bishop Margaret Wanjiru is there, I will have to ensure one way or another, our agenda, our goals, our vision, whatever we promised the people has been delivered. Why? Because people will hold me accountable. I'll hold them accountable in return. People trusted my word. I'll need to prove myself trustworthy.
Bishop, you've been in other political parties.
Yes.
You've now moved.
Yes.
Again.
No, not again. Not again. Remove the again. Just say moved, but remove the again. I was in ODM.
Yes.
Initially.
Why
where you did all this good work?
No, why were you in ODM?
I was in ODM.
Why were you in ODM? Because there were other parties to join at that particular time.
I was in ODM because, number one, I had really, really prayed about it. And I knew this is the right place to be. And number two, I look at the ideologies of someone. And at that stage, at that time, Raila represented the ideologies that I represented. He wanted to see ABCD done, and I wanted to see the same agenda done. And so we agreed well. And when I joined, I remember it was surprisingly, when I see His Excellency Raila arguing with His Excellency Kalonzo, I laugh. Because these are the two gentlemen that welcomed me into ODM then, and they were okay with each other. They've worked together for years. So how they come to this point, whereas they argue, I don't know for how many weeks now, until they take each other for interviews, it surprises me. But let's not get there. That's not my area. Let's say that I joined ODM, did a very good job, and I was among the minorities because by then there weren't many people from Mount Kenya in ODM. I did very well and delivered the Starehe seat, the huge numbers. The people that we represented are the same people we represent today, and they love me big. They love me big. Why do they love me? Because, again, they trust me. And secondly, I treated them well. Me, I have no tribalism. I have no
why
issues
did you
with
move
tribalism. Why did I move out? I moved out because I looked at the future. I looked at the future of where I want to go politically and where God was leading me, and I did not see it happening. Apparently, I tried. And then I realized here, there is a limit. You can't go beyond that limit. So when it reaches there, you have to look for an alternative.
What was the limit? I mean, you're still seeking leadership in Nairobi. It's ODM.
Do you want to go there? Yes. When people put limits for you, two things you can do. Either remove the limits or go out and start afresh. Now, you can't remove the limits unless you are one of the party owners. Remember, also parties have owners. So you can't remove the limits unless you are one of the party owners. And since you can't remove the limits, so I had to leave. And I went to Jubilee then. And we were all in Jubilee and had a nice ride there, continued. But then realized Jubilee collapsed and everybody, not really collapsed, I withdrew that. Let's say that Jubilee did not.
It fragmented.
It fragmented and did not uphold what they promised they will uphold. So eventually most of us naturally somehow just walked out of Jubilee and went to UDA. Naturally, somehow, it just happened. So how did we get to UDA? UDA was formed at the time of the Nairobi by-election. And I was the first person. I was the candidate then. So as the aspirant of that moment, I was the first person to get into UDA as it was now transforming to a big party, and we started right there. So they call me the mother of UDA. So there we are. The mother is still bringing up the children. Yes.
You know, there are people who have looked at the campaigns that have been conducted by the luminaries of UDA.
Yes.
Starting from the leader, the deputy president.
Yes.
And they have talked about why every Sunday you're in church, every Sunday you're giving donations left, right, and center. In fact, even the president has said some of this money that's stolen from projects that should be benefiting the children of Baringo and Elgeyo Marakwet and Marsabit and other places is the money that is coming to churches here in the form of harambes. That churches have been used just to whip up emotion and have been used as vehicles for politics. What do you say to that?
I love my president. I love my president. He's a great guy. I love my president and His Excellency claiming that money has been stolen from government and he is the president. That in itself is a big question mark. I cannot be the leader of whatsoever institution or country or county or constituency, and I'm crying about people stealing and I'm not doing anything about it. Let me say, one of the greatest failures of the current government is that they did not clean out or uproot corruption. They had a great opportunity to do it, they didn't. However, when you say that money was stolen, if really you are sure money has been stolen, do something about it. You cannot tell us the tap is open, water is pouring, go close the tap. Really? So me, first of all, I don't even want to pretend that I know where the money comes from. I don't know. But secondly, I don't want to think that we are dealing with the poor politicians. Because even me, though I'm not as rich as some of them, but I'm not poor. I have my resources. If I go to the church today, I'll give something. The other Sunday, last Sunday, I think it was last Sunday. Last Sunday, I was supposed to meet a young man, one of my best supporters, Pablo, from Dandora. And I had told him I'll see you after service. But the service went longer than expected and I couldn't meet him. Then I decided I'm not going to disappoint this young man. So I called him. I said, why did you want to see me? And he pulls out a whole list of things, including the landlord is sending him out. Then there is the school fees. The daughter is supposed to go to Form 1. And I looked and I thought, earlier on, there was a marathon. Now, I had forgotten there was a marathon, but earlier on, I was supposed to go to another church and make a contribution. So I decided, since I did not make it to go to that other church, that contribution I was going to make there, I'm going to take that envelope, the money the way it was. I didn't even remove a penny, and I'm going to give it to this young man called Pablo. And I gave him the whole envelope. The man cried and cried and cried. I had to say, please take him out of here. It was a miracle to him, but for me, it was joy to meet his needs. If you can help someone, help them. Now, you cannot tell me that I cannot give my money to Pablo. Why? Because first of all, brother, it's not your money, it's mine. Secondly, it's my nature. It's in my heart for me to give. Give everything. If I feel removing this jacket or removing my shoes and giving someone, give them.
Bishop, as you say all those things, there are churches that have said, we do not want this. All right? The Catholic bishops have come out and said this. The Archbishop of the Anglican Church has said, when you're coming to donate, we want to know, first of all, the source of your money. At least let's trace something. But then the other churches, that like the one you lead and the other Pentecostals, are very free and open to bring in all the money. And that's where the questions are now raised by some in the political conversation. Like, where does this money come from? That somebody is in church every Sunday and not just giving 1,000 bob.
Yes.
But giving hundreds of thousands of shillings every single Sunday.
But that person you're mentioning is not poor either. If he has money to give, let him give. In fact, if he has some to give next Sunday, he's welcome to GM. Let him come and give. Let me tell you something.
Don't you feel like at the leadership of the church?
Yes.
Don't you feel you want to do a bit of lifestyle audit? I mean, I know your source of livelihood. I know, for example, you work in government, and this is your salary.
And you have businesses that you run.
And there is what you declared because you signed a declaration. And we have known you for many years. But suddenly you are giving out 1 million shillings every month or more.
But don't you think that also the senior politicians have got supporters who support them?
They do.
They do. They have supporters who support them. They have people who donate into their kit. Do I and you know those people?
No.
No, we don't. In actual fact, sometimes we don't even call them supporters. We call them sponsors. They have people who sponsor them. You and me don't know them.
No.
And if they are using that money to do good work, like building churches and helping churches and building mosques. The other day, the deputy president sent us to take 1 million shillings to mosques. And he sends me, Bishop Margaret. And this is money that is going to the mosque. And I called the imams and said, this mosque, 500,000, the other mosque, 500,000. I mean, what's wrong with that? Those mosques wanted to do some work that was not complete for so long. So if he can help, why not help? And it's not just churches he built. He also built mosques. He builds schools. He builds people's lives. He gives people money for business. For me, yeah, it's great.
Because he or anybody is interested in the actual development, or because it's a trade-off for support politically?
It's not a trade-off. It is his nature. And if you have heard his wife say it, many times. That guy would even give his shoes and walk back home without shoes. It is in him to give. I just gave an example. Some of us, it is in us. You just give, and it is allowed. One day, I gave an evangelist a car. He couldn't believe it.
Wow.
So he drove out.
Bishop,
he drove out. Let
He
me
might
tell
be
you.
an evangelist by 10:01.
Any moment. I gave him a car. You know, he drove out without asking me for the logbook. So I'm looking at him and I'm thinking, so why are you going with a car without a logbook? But him is that he got the car. So a few weeks later, I called him up and say, it's called Bogwa. I said, Mubiri, you went without the logbook. So just come and get the logbook of the car. And he says, is it debt free? I said, of course. Why should you think it owns somebody this and that? So what am I saying is this. The giver, the receiver, and the giver. We must now reach a place here as we accept that it is normal for some of us to give. And also the receiver must also accept it is normal to receive. We read in the chronicles, in the histories of the revivalists who were there before us. One children's home was praying for food, and they had no food. And then all of a sudden, they had kuru 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 outside there, and they wondered what is happening. And when the leaders went to see what is happening by the roadside, they found a truck full of milk had an accident outside the children's home. And now that truck can't move anymore.
And the milk will go bad.
And the milk will go bad. So guess what? The children's home got supply for a very, very long time. What am I saying? God has a special way of providing for his people, and the receiver and the giver must be willing to give and to receive.
Accept your miracle as it comes.
Yes.
Thank you, Bishop.
Alete Sunday kwetu.
Thank you very much, Bishop. Thank you for joining us today.
Yes.
We'll invite you again, of course. We'd like to have a debate, a senatorial debate in Nairobi, especially between you in UDA and Kenya
other,
Kwanza,
yes.
and Edwin Sifuna, ODM, and Azimio, right? So you come in here, both of you, let's hear.
Yes.
Who is it that is best to represent Nairobi in the Senate?
But can I give a parting shot?
Yes.
Please.
Okay. One day, recently, when COVID came, I got COVID and I was admitted in hospital, ended up in ICU, blah, 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 blah. So anyway, I got healed and the doctor said, after about 2 weeks or so, make sure you get an x-ray, bring it to me. I need to make sure everything has cleared. So I went for an x-ray in a different clinic. And this guy who was taking my x-rays, I'm now dressed up, I'm ready to go. And the guy is still laughing. Then I asked him, are you laughing at me? Am I dying or am I healed or why are you laughing? And he says, Bishop, I'm laughing because you do not remember me. I said, what is it that I have to remember? And he said, you educated me. You paid for my college. Today I'm taking your x-rays. Yes, you are healed. But the joy is that you educated me and today I'm serving you. Recently I was doing press conference. I was doing a press conference. I finished and the journalists are leaving. And I see one young man hanging around there. I said, young man, why are you still here? And he says, Bishop, you don't remember me. I said, what is the issue? He said, you paid for my journalism. So I'm happy when you call us and I can sit here and I know you paid my fees. Now that is my story. That is my legacy. That is my track record. I create success stories. Nairobians giving me an opportunity to be senator. Within 5 years, we will have Nairobi success story. People will talk of the good they have seen and the work that has been done. And I kindly and with total humility request for all Nairobians to vote for Margaret Wanjiru. You know the title Bishop will not be in the voting ballot. It will be Margaret Wanjiru. Bas, ama Wanjiru Margaret. Whichever way IBC will
Just
put
but
it.
those two names
Those
only.
two names will be there. Margaret Wanjiru, chama ni UDA, na mlengo ni Kenya Kwanza.
Okay.
Bas.
Thank you very much. Let's say goodbye as we... so, Nyambura has picked a winner. Remember the question was, why do you love your Samsung phone? And Mickey Mbogo says, it enables my classes easy and fun. I use it to study, talk of notes through emails, plus the camera is amazing. It's simply the best phone. So, Mickey Mbogo, congratulations. You get to win this beautiful hamper from Samsung. Have a lovely day, folks. We'll be back tomorrow morning. It's now 10:01.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
The deed of agreement provides in black letter law that no political party within the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition political party can exit the political party 6 months prior